A report, I believe. I think it
Yeah,
was really
he's
good.
got a letter, but it went
Report?
well. Yeah, I saw a letter.
You talking with the school?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Saw
it went
the
good.
letter. Yeah, peaceful?
Oh, absolutely, yes. That standpoint, 100% was great.
Okay. One minute. Is Pastor Mark Miller here? Thank you. We got less than 1 minute.
Sorry. These are sections along. Okay.
It is now 1800 hours. I'm going to call this regular council meeting 2026-13 to order. The invocation will be provided by Pastor Mark Miller of Victory in Christ Jesus Ministries, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be given by our Deputy Mayor, Mike Jaffe. Please rise.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. Some of you may know today is the 75th National Day of Prayer, where there are literally tens, if not hundreds of millions of people around praying for this nation. So today I'm going to pray the prayer from National Day of Prayer Task Force President Kathy Branzel. Almighty God, King of glory, we confess our sins and repent of our pride that sought our own glory and comfort, allowing evil to take root instead of your fruit in our hearts, homes, culture, and country. Please forgive us. Now, with this declaration of rededication, we humble ourselves, we pray and seek your face, and we turn from our wicked ways that you would heal our lives and our land. Please purify and renew our hearts with holy attributes, affections, attitude, and action to love you with all our heart, soul, mind, and strength. We give you glory as we repent and rededicate our lives and our nation to you. For 250 years, you've guarded and guided America in wisdom, grace, mercy, and love. So we praise and thank you for our founding fathers who sought you in fervent prayer all throughout history and answered your call to defend justice and freedom, to protect, serve, preach, teach, innovate, communicate, learn, work, worship, and establish our laws. May your kingdom come. May your will be done in our lives, our families, the church, education, business, military, government, arts, entertainment, and media as it is in heaven. We prayerfully commit to glorify God amongst all the nations and seeking him in all generations. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Trying to face the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah. We're now on roll call. Ms. Leffler?
Mayor Medina.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Present.
Councilman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Hammer.
Present.
Councilman Langevin.
Present.
Mr. Morton.
Present.
Ms. Smith.
Present.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, announcements?
We have two vacancies on the Community Development Advisory Board. These represent one of the following positions: for-profit provider, residential home building, essential services personnel, or employer within the city. Anyone wish to serve on these boards can apply online at palmbayfl.gov or contact the city clerk's office at 952-3414.
Thank you. We are now on agenda revisions. I'd just like to start off by saying the proclamation on the agenda for Myositis Awareness Month will not be presented this evening, as unfortunately Ms. Minerva Rogers is unable to attend the meeting. We have forwarded that proclamation, gentlemen, at her request. Mr. Morton.
I have three agenda revisions. The following I'd like to announce. First, an update on the South Regional Reclamation Facility has been added as item number 1 under presentations. Second, an attachment was added to items 2 and 3 under public hearings. regarding proposed terms of proportionate share and impact fees for Palm Vista Everlands West. And last, ordinance 2026-13, amending Chapter 120 of the Code of Ordinances, was advertised as a public hearing, which required the item to be moved from item 1 under new business to item number 4 under public hearings. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Smith, any agenda revisions?
No, sir.
Council, anyone have any agenda revisions?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd like to ask council if we can move procurement item number 1 before public hearings.
Procurement 1? Hold on, buddy. You want to move procurement item number 1 to before public hearings or public comments?
Right before, after public comments, before public hearings.
After public comments. Okay. So I got a motion. Who seconded?
Second.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe for procurement item number 1 to be before public hearings. Seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We are now on proclamations, gentlemen. Dr. Mark Miller. Are you going to bring up your team? You going to bring up your team? Yes, sir. Huh? Bring up your team. Anybody else that was here? Yeah. Today, we're celebrating its National Day of Prayer. Isn't that great? Yes. We live in a country that was founded by prayer. Isn't that exciting? Oh, come on, guys. You could smile. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, the greatest city on the face of the earth. You should be jotting that down, ma'am. Whereas the first National Day of Prayer was proclaimed in 1775 by the Second Continental Congress, so that all Americans of every religious denomination and background may pray for God's continual love and mercy upon our land. For it is written in Psalms 33, verse 12, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. And that every year, the National Day of Prayer is proclaimed by the President of the United States of America. Whereas the National Day of Prayer is an annual observance held on the first Thursday of May. It's based on a federal statute, which was first signed into law by President Harry S. Truman in 1952. The statute reads as follows. The President shall issue each year a proclamation designating the first Thursday in May as a National Day of Prayer on which the people of the United States may turn to God in prayer and meditation at churches, in groups, and as individuals, and at City Hall, and throughout all the land. I ad-libbed that just in case you didn't know. Whereas the Declaration of Independence signed by the U.S. Continental Congress January 18, 1777, established our nation's humble beginnings on the belief that our Creator have endowed us with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The city of Palm Bay was incorporated on January 16, 1960. For this very purpose, as stated in the preamble of our city charter. And whereas all of us have the freedom to pray, to exercise our faith openly, let us give thanks for the freedom to practice our faith as we see it, whether individually or in fellowship. And whereas we pray for the safety of our brave men and women in uniform, for their loved ones, for their speedy recovery of our wounded warriors. Let us also pray for our police officers, our firefighters, and all other first responders who put themselves in harm's way to protect their fellow Americans. Let us come together to pray for peace, goodwill, as we work to meet great challenges of our time. Now, therefore, I, Ron Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby proclaim May 7th, 2026 as National Day of Prayer in the City of Palm Bay, and encourage all our citizens to give thanks in accordance with their own faith for the many freedoms and blessings, and in asking for God's continued guidance, continued mercy, and His protection. In witness hereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of the City of Palm Bay to be affixed this 7th day of May, 2026. Pastor Mark, come on up and greet our folks and just share the gospel, if you will.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Actually, here on behalf of South Brevard Ministers Association, a group of many different denominations here that helped put this on, along with Dove Bible Club, who has Bible clubs in public schools all across Brevard to make this happen. I just want to thank everybody who's participated, and I want to introduce you to Marcela Rojas here, the secretary, and the one who makes all things happen with South Brevard Ministers Association, to say a couple words on behalf of SBMA. So God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor Mark. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City of Palm Bay, the greatest city on the earth, on the planet. Amen. So the South Brevard Ministerial Association, we've been gathering for 30 years, and we gather monthly to encourage each other, to fellowship, to put our like minds together and pray for the city and the other leaders that are in this city that serve you guys. And it's an honor to today be sharing that with the city. So thank you very much. Appreciate you guys. We also want to honor Dove Bible Club, that they've been putting together the National Day of Prayer over the several years. I don't know if anyone's here from them today? No? Loretta's somewhere else. All right. We want to give a big shout out to them. It's so honorable what they do year after year, putting a lot of this thing together for the whole county, mind you. So God bless you guys. Thank you again. What an honor. Thank you.
You'll have to be like, get closer. Get closer, man. We're getting a picture of that. Hey, guys. Come on.
Nice seeing you again, sir. God bless you, Mel. Hey, thank you all for that today. It was amazing.
So our next proclamation is honoring Poppy Days. Come on up. Come on up. How are you, Miss Ella? So these are the folks from American Legion Auxiliary Unit 117. Whereas the annual distribution of poppies by Charles F. Thomas IV, American Legion Auxiliary Unit 117, has been officially recognized and endorsed by government leaders. And whereas the poppy became a symbol of the sacrifice of lives in war and represented the hope that none had died in vain. And whereas poppies are assembled by disabled veterans, and the proceeds of this worthy fundraising campaign are used exclusively for the benefit of disabled and in-need veterans, and the widows and orphans of our deceased veterans. And whereas meeting the continuing needs of our veterans should be the main concern of every American who values his or her freedom. The auxiliary promotes the poppy as a symbol of the sacrifice of our military that has been made a symbol to open people's hearts and inspire them to donate. So those poppies are supposed to motivate you, encourage you, and just open up your heart to donate to our military families and the veterans and their surviving spouses and children. Whereas all citizens are encouraged to recognize the merits of this cause by contributing generously to its support and accepting poppies during the day set aside for the distribution of this symbol to honor every service member who has died in the name of liberty, freedom, and democracy, while also showing their support for living veterans, service members, and their families. Now therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby proclaim May 22nd through May 25th as Poppy Days in the City of Palm Bay, and my hand is affixed to say it so. So come on up, Kim, share a little bit about poppies, and I guess you're going to give some of those
Yes,
away
I
as
am.
well?
I am
Outstanding.
absolutely going to give some of those away. Thank you, everyone. This is one of our programs that is near and dear to my heart. This year, I actually had the honor of serving as our department's Poppy chairperson. Year's almost up, but it's been super exciting. These are our juniors. We involve them in pretty much everything we do, including poppies. You might have that one. And some of the things that they do, they create these, well, actually, I'm going to let Avery tell you. You want to tell everybody what the juniors do with our poppies?
We make them into poppy plates and put all the veterans branches on them, and we put them on our border,
On our wall. We hang them on
our
our
wall.
wall. Okay, but that's one of the things we do. Storefronts, restaurants, we do distributions there. We have poppy poster contests. We have Little Miss Poppy, and for the young sons of the American Legion, they have a Poppy ambassador. So we try to involve the children as much as we can and get them, familiar with the military and our veterans and how much they are in need. Now, I have my notes all flipped over here. So basically, the only place that we can use our funds is for rehabilitation. Honorably discharged in United States Armed Forces, for the welfare of the families of the veterans honorably discharged during the above-named period, which is after April 6, 1917. Rehabilitation of hospitalized military service personnel returning home and awaiting discharge to required treatment in service hospitals, and the welfare of veterans, active military personnel, and the families of veterans and active military personnel of the above-named period where financial and medical need is evident for the purpose of poppy kits and supplies, et cetera, et cetera. And then in 2021, we were approved by the American Legion Auxiliary National Headquarters to now partnership with Honor Flight. So we can use poppy funds to help support the Honor Flight in getting our veterans to DC and go through all that. Our actual National Poppy Day is May 22nd. So that weekend, if you're out and about and you see a table set up somewhere, stop and chat. Okay? Oh, uh-oh, I'm sorry. I know, I have too much things in my hand.
So just so that you guys are aware, we're very supportive of our veterans and the veteran community. So I'm going to ask council, come on down. Our council has historically been very supportive of our veterans. We are a Purple Heart City now, if you haven't found out. So I'm gonna have them all come down while we take a picture. Come on over.
Pen and a poppy. Pen and a poppy.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks, sir. Thank you very much. I already got a pen, thank you. Okay.
All right, guys, come on. We're gonna take a picture.
Get in the front.
Yeah, come on.
You stand behind me. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
mine? Oh, praise the Lord. Okay. We are now on presentations. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. As you know, we committed to updating you at every council meeting and also weekly as to the status of the WRF. I'm going to ask Gabriel to come up tonight, our Utilities Director. He's got a short presentation to tell you what we know, tell you what we don't know, and tell you where we're going. Mr. Bowden, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a short presentation. I have a few items to go over with. Kind of talk about the contract status, deficiencies and remaining work, what that list looks like, the site conditions, the path to startup, and a few financials to review with you.
Okay.
So first, the contract status on February 5th, R.J. Sullivan was terminated. On April 15th, we requested emergency proclamation or emergency procurement authorization. In between those two dates, a lot of work was taking place. We were working with the surety to come up with a plan to complete the project. We were evaluating the site, creating deficiency lists. We were updating the subcontractors and staying in communication with them and other people that were involved in the project. And we were engaging with trusted partners so that when we did have an agreement with the surety to move forward, we were able to engage immediately. On April 20th, Cathcart was on site and began the work of preparing the site, getting it safe, and taking care of three particular things. One was the site safety, the lift station repairs, and grading repairs that were unsafe, and I've got a picture to show you of that later. And then May 5th, we had a meeting with the surety. We have, in principle, an agreement with them, and they're going to allow us to continue to move forward while we work to get that signed. So we've got a lot of work that's going to be taking place next week, moving us towards completion. I also want to say that as we had that conversation with the surety, they were letting us know that they've paid out over $2 million in payment bonds to a number of subcontractors. During the time that we were evaluating the site, we found 86 plus deficiencies. This number is now closer to 90 now. 46 were high priority items that have to be done before we start up. Another 11 that needed to be done around the time of startup, and 32 additional that are low priority items that we can do after startup. Additionally, the site work and then also equipment startup, all those types of things we had to plan for. So here's a list of some of the priority items. Plant lift stations, storm drains, slide gates, high service pumps, sanitary sewer mains and manholes, aeration basins, motor operator valves, check valves, a number of check valves, as well as chemical feed system and monitoring, odor control system, a number of pumps, the Kubota membrane, the brains of it, the headworks of it needed to be redone, pressure testing, generator inspection and startup, and then a number of electrical items all needed to be addressed before we can do startup. So let's look at the site conditions. Site conditions on April 20th were pretty bad. And were unsafe, as you can tell by the truck that is in a hole. Now, if we look at the 20th compared to today, as we're looking at the plant, we will now see that that area is completely, has road base, is very safe. Chief Stover would be very happy that he could get emergency vehicles back there now. And then the areas that are not, that do not have road base down yet are still able to get around. They've been graded and they're prepared for road base. On February 6th, we did a flyover of the plant, and this is that picture. This afternoon, about 2 o'clock, we did another flyover, and this is the site today. So we've had significant. Pardon?
Yeah, look at that.
So that's the site before we started, before the city took over the project.
Bam.
And there it is today. The condition on top of the plant was pretty poor. I've got here, this is the membrane headworks right here in brown. It's in pretty bad repair. We're actually going to have to tear that out and rebuild that. General cleanup around the site is taking place. We've had a number of dumpsters leave. This is the grate that I was talking about earlier. You can see right here, there's a big gap there. The concrete is not square. It's uneven. It's unstable, so we're having that repaired. We talked about some check valves. Improper valves were installed previously. These are wastewater check valves that have replaced the improper check valves that we had. So that work is complete. The lift station is ready to go. We have startup that will take place. We attempted startup on Monday of this week. We had a pump that needed to be looked at. That'll be back next week, and we'll be doing the second attempt to start up on the lift station next Wednesday. So the path to startup, May 11th, next week, we have a lot of things that are taking place. Pipe coatings, grate repairs, the Gorman Rupp pumps are being repaired, sanitary storm and manholes are being lined. On June 1st, we're targeting wet checks of every system except Kubota's membranes. That is because it's being rebuilt, and we expect that headworks for the Kubota membrane to be completed the week of June 8th. And then June 8th, we're targeting to start up the entire system, a full plant startup. During that week, we'll do IO checks, wet checks, seeding, and then the anticipation is on June 22nd, we're receiving flows. From this Tuesday, when we talked with the surety and got the green light, to June 22nd will be about 48 days. So we'll be working very hard to make that happen. Here are some of the financials. The contract amount remaining is $832,088. Retainage is $828,523. Remaining work for subs is $195,000. Site work that Cathcart is doing now, we're still working on what those amounts might be, and we'll fill in a lot of these numbers in 2 weeks when we do another status update with you. We want to thank Cathcart Construction, Wade Trim, Chinchor Electric, Kubota, Xylem, Wharton Smith, and all of our subs who have been so gracious in working with us and have expressed a willingness to put forth the effort that's needed to make sure that we can get started on June 22nd. Tim and Bob are here to help me answer any questions that you might have.
All right, well, thank you for your presentation. I'll turn it over to council. Any questions, Councilman Hammer?
I just want to see if I read that right. So we approved it on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
That Monday, they got started.
Yes, sir.
Wow. That's it. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Bowden, could you talk about what the FPL scope of work is for the dewatering?
Yes, be happy to. At the plant, it was planned for dewatering to take place in the second phase, and there would be a lot of hauling back and forth. And it was decided a long time ago, several months ago, a year and a half ago, to engage Cinegrove to do temporary dewatering on site to make to help the plant run more efficiently, to remove sludge that's been dewatered, which is easier to haul. In order to do that, you have to have power, and it's either a power generator or some type of shore power, FP&L power. So we ran from the transformer to the dewatering where they'll be getting the sludge power there, so we don't have to rent a power generation source.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Council? Councilman Hammer, to your point, yes, I went out there and they were fully on board. Outstanding teams. Cathcart was there. I ran into our Bayside High School graduate, buddy of yours. Really gung-ho. We're really blessed to have that type of partnership and feel like they're invested with us. So thank you for the report, sir. Anything else, Mr. Morton?
No, just thank you again. We'll continue to keep you updated. Really proud of the progress, the team, and of course, Cathcart Construction. That was Cathcart's truck in the ditch, and
Yes.
he let us off the hook, so I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. All right, Deputy Mayor, we're now on public comments.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I've got two items to address. The first one is good job on the South Regional Reclamation Facility. If we could have had a contract set up like this originally, we would have been done. We would have been saying instead of asking for year after year extension, we'd been in full operation. Good job on that one. Even if it did cost us a little bit more money, I'm glad to see the progress that was made. Second item, under the City Council formed a Citizens Accountability Task Force. I was present for all the discussions on this task force of forming it when it came before the council. And no place that I could find, even went back and reviewed it, no place did I hear anybody saying that they were going to pay somebody $3,800 a month to facilitate the Citizens Accountability Task Force. No place did I hear that. Right? Now, that being said, the person that was selected to facilitate that one is Lee Feldman, who was a city manager for the city of Palm Bay. I have a pro and a con of this individual. I've got to give him credit where credit is due. In the 2008-2009 period, when we had the housing crash, he was able to maintain the city of Palm Bay and keep things running relatively smooth with minimal impact to the residents, which was a good thing. On the negative side of that, he was here from 2002 to 2011. The city of Palm Bay never progressed to the growth level that I felt that it should have been. So I'm a little bit concerned about why we're going to be paying this individual $3,800 a month for 6 months. Now, that's what the contract is now, but yet you've established the Citizens Accountability Task Force as a long-term organization or group within the city. Does that mean that every month somebody's going to be getting that paycheck? If it's not Lee Feldman, is it going to be somebody else? So those are my questions. I understand the process. I just didn't hear any presentation of her presenting that it was going to be costing me money to talk about how we can save money when we have a fantastic staff right here that I thought could have done that under their current salaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morton, would you respond to that, please?
Sure, yeah, the consultant is being used to launch this effort correctly. Every initiative consumes staff time, it consumes leadership attention, it consumes administrative support, professional expertise, and most importantly, follow-through. The question is not whether this effort had a cost. It does. The question was whether we're willing to invest the appropriate time and talent in the beginning to make it successful. I made that decision through procurement that it was. For a task force intended to engage residents and support council priorities, generate meaningful input that's usable, I felt the city had an obligation to give it more than just leftover capacity. This investment, and it's an investment, provides the professional support of a very high level, that is a very unique talent, necessary to start the group strong, to keep it organized, most importantly, the expectation that it will produce credible work that is both useful to the city council and the community. This wasn't about outsourcing responsibility. It was about ensuring that we had the capacity to deliver this initiative expertly. And, we are in a DOGE drawdown, I get that. This is leftover salary from vacancies. I believe it's 2.5 FTEs we'll have vacant in my office to deliver this work result. It's not intended to be permanent. It's up to 6 months. And the reason being is in that time, I have been functioning as your economic development director in addition to your city manager. I've been functioning as your special project manager in addition to your city manager. And again, this required the time and attention to deliver this appropriately. Once we get that credible startup, this committee is trained, given proper instruction, history, municipal budget practices is a class unto itself, right? It will go to staff, but in that interim, tonight we heard about the wastewater facility that I started getting engaged with about 3 months ago. I didn't see that project coming. That's consuming an extraordinary amount of time. It's a privilege to give this time, not complaining, but the reality is all these initiatives, these special projects, the continued transportation projects that we're working on, you'll hear about one tonight, require just an incredible amount of time. And I've got my team focused on delivering those council priorities to the community at this point.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the breakdown. Councilman Johnson?
So I appreciate you, Mr. Batten, for bringing it up, and I appreciate Mr. Morton for speaking on it as well. And I stand on both sides. And what I mean by that is, when we approved of it on this council, as a council, that wasn't in the forefront. But speaking to Mr. Morton, I understood just what he explained. What I would like for in the future is to make sure that something like this, while it can be handled administratively, that is communicated to us via council, via email, or whatever the case may be, not finding out after the fact. But other than that, I agree with this. Too often with the staff changes and city manager changes, you lose a lot of institutional knowledge. So with Mr. Feldman, with the knowledge that he brings, I do agree he would be the best fit. But how it kind of came about, Mr. Batten, I do understand the concerns, because those were my concerns as well. But Mr. Morton was able to, give me peace of mind about it. So, but thank you for bringing that up, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Hammer?
Yeah, I'd like to just branch out on this, because one thing that a lot of people up here and a lot of people in the audience don't know is the find that you have with Lee Feldman. I was an employee of Mr. Feldman. He actually hired me here at the city of Palm Bay in 2006. So I was blessed to have him as a city manager. Not only that, we were the only city in Brevard County that didn't have layoffs because of Mr. Feldman. Yeah, we had 1 day off a month, a furlough day that we took so people didn't get laid off, but he performed. And when we get elected, we get to go to schools for elected officials. Do you know who teaches these things at those schools? Yeah. Lee Feldman. So I'm glad we got it. I did find out about it today, but I'm glad that we did get him on board to take this task force as serious as our mayor does, because he's the one that presented it. But I just want people to understand this isn't just some guy. This is a guy that ran our city for a long time. Now he trains elected officials for the whole state of Florida. So I want people to understand what you're getting and why.
And I'll just wrap that up with just saying that was an excellent choice, Mr. Morton. But let's put things in perspective at the same time. We are asking so much of our city manager with the doging, and he just had his first year anniversary. I just want to, as a reminder, gentlemen, in 1 year, this city has moved in such a great and positive light. And it's kudos to him. I don't know how many hours. I think he works about 70 to 80 hours per week. And he's representing us everywhere throughout our community. So he wanted to start this off with the right foot. And what an outstanding candidate to be available, though, right? A former city manager. So thank you. Next speaker, Deputy Mayor.
Efren Molina.
My name is Ephraim Molina. I'm a resident of Palm Bay. I want to thank the Council of Palm Bay in educating me. Because of their actions, I am learning to hold speeches in 3 minutes, as well as learning politics on my off time. Let me say, as I said before, it is not personal, it is professional. In my military experience, when leadership wishes to hold its people below accountable, they themselves must be equally accountable, especially for their words and actions. I'm going to list some examples, and I'm going to change one given my experience today. I had experience today that Mayor Medina stated that this is a Purple Heart city, that we assist our veterans. I'm still here. I'm still waiting for assistance. I am still violated by the Palm Bay Police Department with my stolen valor and inappropriate actions to me. So how can we stand here and say this is a Purple Heart city and that we help our veterans when there's a victim right here in this council for the third time? And yet, we have council members who will speak derogatorily to other members of the city, making comments on their social media without accountability. It is a grievance, not only with our council members, but with our officers as well, with actions on social media and other forums and platforms that they are not taken accountable for. I don't know where to begin, but I do emphasize to this council that they should consider to enforce their Brady list on some of our officers, especially given the condemning behavior on our recent social media. As a victim to Palm Bay Police Department, and with this emphasis on this is a Purple Heart city, something needs to be done. And I still stand waiting for an answer. So I hope you would take the time and consider that even though our rules state that there should be no disorderly conduct or violence of threat, it infuriates me every day that I wake up, that my valor has been stolen from me, that I have been dishonored as a veteran, and I have to sit here and listen. This is a great city. This is a Purple Heart city. This is a city for our veterans. And I have beseeched, I have asked, and I have complained. Nothing. So I state again, as before, I will continue to come to the council meetings, filing my complaint until something is done. Because clearly, if we're going to sit here and state how great this city is, how great it is to our veterans, as a veteran myself, to have to stand here and hear that, it's disrespectful. It's dishonorable to our veterans. It's dishonorable to the men and women who gave their lives for the freedom of this country and for this state and for this city. So I implore you, enforce our Brady list, investigate our officers, investigate our Palm Bay Police Department, because there is something wrong, especially if we're going to get away with making such comments.
Thank you. Mr. Morton, I know that you've met with Mr. Molina. Is that correct?
Several times,
Can you
yes.
just highlight a little bit, because I'm not sure everything is being disclosed at this time.
We can bring the body cam footage and the reports and play it in the public record if that's what we want to do to show the transparency. I mean, a lot of cities do that with body cam footage. Mr. Molina was arrested for taking someone's tablet. The person that took it wanted to press charges.
Now you're out of order, sir. He's speaking.
Chief,
He's
if I'm
speaking.
going sideways,
Sir.
get up and correct me, but I have the report. You want to, since you have the most intimate knowledge, you were arrested, and then the state attorney declined to press charges. I don't know what justice, as I said before, you're looking for.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Sir. You like me to clarify the
Please.
case?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Mr. Molina was involved in an incident with a solicitor. The solicitors were going door to door. This was a public neighborhood. It's not a HOA or an area that's deed restricted. The solicitor called us because Mr. Molina did hold his tablet against the solicitor's will, deprived him of his property. So we were called, and the solicitors wanted to pursue charges. At the time of our arrival, Mr. Molina was in possession of the tablet, and he was subsequently arrested.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Next speaker.
Kristen Lanzana.
Kristen Lanzana, Northwest Palm Bay. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. I'm here once again to address the upcoming flock safety contract renewal. Whether we call these systems license plate readers, ALPRs, or surveillance cameras, the reality remains the same. This technology is creating a growing network of mass data collection on ordinary citizens going about their daily lives. For over a year now, I've been coming to this council asking for transparency, accountability, and public discussion regarding these cameras. While I'm thankful the renewal is on the agenda as an item rather than slipping through under consent again, many residents still do not know what these black poles throughout our city are, how they operate, what data they're collecting, who has access to this information, or how much it's costing the taxpayers. And these systems go far beyond simply reading license plates, as you'd like us to believe. Flock's own technology now incorporates vehicle fingerprinting, artificial intelligence, pattern analysis, and integrations with broader investigative platforms. That should concern every single one of us. Yes, we all want safe communities. We want violent criminals caught. We want missing children and endangered elderly family members found. But public safety cannot come at the cost of blindly accepting unchecked surveillance infrastructure without strong safeguards, transparency, and oversight. Across the country, there have already been documented cases involving false alerts, wrong stops, misuse of database access, unauthorized surveillance, and innocent citizens being pulled into unnecessary police interactions because flawed systems or human error treated them as suspicious first and innocent later. Here locally, we've already seen residents approached over clerical errors, prior records, vehicle misidentifications. And when technology that begins creating unnecessary fear, escalation, and suspicion toward ordinary people, leadership has a duty to stop and reassess where this path leads. And that path is becoming increasingly clear. The combination of mass data collection and artificial intelligence opens the door to predictive policing, systems that many people once believed belonged only in science fiction. But the companies that run these systems clearly state that's where we're headed. We should not wait until these systems become impossible to untangle before we ask the hard questions. I encourage our residents to research these systems for themselves. Citizens across the country are using open source technology and public records to expose vulnerabilities, overreach, and misuse tied to these surveillance networks. To those listening, the Flock contract renewal here in Palm Bay is scheduled for May 21st at 6 p.m. here at City Hall. If you care about privacy, accountability, public safety, civil liberties, or simply being informed on how your city is governed, I encourage you to attend, ask questions, and make your voice heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Mr.
I
Moore?
just wanted to be clear, I don't think it's a renewal, we're still in contract. We were asked to, okay, good. We were asked to put it on the agenda for discussion and transparency, but I do not believe the renewal is in question at this point. We are under contract.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson?
Yes, Mayor. To Ms. Lanzana's point, I understand everything she's coming from, and I have concerns with the Flock system as well, especially when you think of Big Brother. But the biggest point of Big Brother are cell phones. They hear everything, they pick up on everything. They just acknowledge us when we say Siri or Alexa. So, but other than that, they already are picking up every single thing we're saying. What I do want to highlight was a moment where the Flock system did actually help us out with the city of Cocoa. Just a few days ago, Mayor, you know, the armed robbery that happened up in Cocoa, it was because of the Flock system we were able to apprehend the two individuals, and they're now being charged. So I understand the concerns, because I still have those concerns, but I'm seeing right now where it's solving problems more than causing problems. But in the grand scheme of things, I see how it could be used. I hate to compare it to a Marvel movie, but Captain America Winter Soldier, bear with me. And Winter Soldier, if y'all were Marvel fanatics, they were pre-targeting people based off what they could or would do. And I can't see that being a reality in the future. In the near future, who knows? But I understand the concerns, but it is working in the best benefit of the city and other cities, because we were able to help out Cocoa for two were they juveniles, sir? Or no, they're adults. Okay. Yeah, so 2 adults who were apprehended by the city of Palm Bay. So that's all, Mayor. I just wanted to highlight that.
And moreover, solved a murder.
Yep.
Of an individual that came off of 95. It hit our Flock, and we caught him at the Wawa, right on Malabar Road. So there's countless of crime solving. It is a tool. But next speaker.
Mark Miller.
All right, good evening. I just wanted to come up and say thank you. wanted to say thank you to the dais for your commitment to the well-being of the citizens of Palm Bay. Today, we wrapped up the Bible reading marathon and the National Day of Prayer. And, there's a lot of places in this world and in this country, and even in the state of Florida, where you don't have that freedom. It's limited to be able to come and exercise our freedom of religion and speech. So I want to thank you for that. It is our 75th anniversary, and as you mentioned, the first anniversary of the city manager, Matt Morton, and what a blessing it was to have him start. And I agree. He's just done an amazing job in the first 12 months on board. As you mentioned, that the National Day of Prayer was established in Congress in 1952 by Democratic President Harry Truman. In 1988, Republican President Ronald Reagan established a firm day showing major support on both sides of the aisle for the importance of National Day of Prayer. And of course, we can go all the way back to our founding fathers and back to the Pilgrims and what have you. And they held many days of fasting and fervent prayer, especially during times of distress or when seeking direction for this country. The theme this year for National Day of Prayer just simply says, tell his glory amongst the nation, his wonderful deed amongst all the people. And I'm going to tell you, God has been good to this country, even though we may not have always deserved it, that's for sure. And I think it's important that we get out and we share that. Our country's been at a crossroads, on a teeter-totter for far too long, decades. So I'm really excited about the May 17th proclamation and the rededication of this country back to God. I'm excited about the 250 years of freedom. And I want us to be reminded that it can be lost in one generation, right? One generation can lose it, and the freedom isn't free. It takes the boldness of a few, just a few. And I'm reminded of our active duty military and our reserves that combined make up less than 1% of our population, but yet protect and help keep us with the divine providence of the Lord. A remnant, by definition, means just a few. So I want to encourage the few, right, to be bold in prayer, to be bold in fasting, to be bold in our service to our neighbors in this great country, and to love our neighbors to life, not loving them to death where everything goes, but loving them to life by sharing truth and living and working and speaking and acting in truth. If we truly believe, we will be moved and inspired to action. So I just want to encourage you guys today to continue to stand firm. Do not be deceived. And let's keep America and the city of Palm Bay free. Thank you.
Ra? Butcher in.
Butcher ran 219 Trenton Avenue. First, I'd like to say thanks to the traffic division. The light at Jupiter and Minton was flashing all four ways. They got it fixed in a short period of time. So everything's calmed down out there as much as it can calm down at that intersection. Excuse me. The other thing, I'd like to know if we can get an update on the syncing of the lights southbound off of 95 to Malabar with the light at Malabar and San Filippo. Because right now, they're not synced. And that traffic is terrible out there. Especially when you get the northbound guys coming off 95. Everybody ends up in the same place. And the other thing, does the city council or mayor have it within their power to make April 23rd a day of remembrance for the city? And to jog everyone's memory, that's the date that the shootings happened at the Winn-Dixie store. We lost 2 officers and numerous citizens. We had a ceremony out here. It was well attended, but if we could make it a day of remembrance citywide, I don't know if you guys have that within your power or not. Other than that, that's all I got.
Okay.
So you guys have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morton, I know that you're working on the second of those lights that we haven't started, so you're going to tee it off to Mr. Di Lorenzo.
Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Di Lorenzo.
Mayor, City Council, good evening. Jason Di Lorenzo. Just had a quick conversation with Mr. Dunn. And so those signals are timed together currently, but they do not communicate to each other. One is, one of the intersections is DOT maintained by Brevard County, and some of it is DOT maintained by us. But unfortunately, the controllers do not talk to each other. When we spoke to the DOT representative about the, what we're going to talk about later this evening, Mr. Dunn brought that up to them and to try to get control of all of them so we can get them talking to each other.
Copy that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then, you know, I do agree if we had any type of authority, but at least within our own, we could police our own. And I know that Palm Bay Police Department traditionally always honors our fallen. And their officers, Grogan and Johnson, that were lost on April 23rd, 1987. And that's the ceremony. And quite frankly, that was the reason for the new and improved Sacrifice Park. So with that, I know that the police department does something traditionally, but if we could do something citywide, I don't know what limitations we have, but I'm one of the individuals that is passionate about honoring their memory and their families. So I guess I'll leave that to you, Mr. Morton, and perhaps even our city attorney.
I will work with Deputy Chief. I knew I was going to do that. I apologize, sir, with our chief, and we'll look at how we can do that efficiently.
Thank you, and thank you, Butch. Carry on.
Ken Delgado.
Ken Delgado, 154 Angela Road Southeast, and I'm glad that we can get communication between traffic lights, like we should have communication between husbands and wife, and also navigate those situations. Communication with God is so important too, and although we are recognizing 75 years of National Day of Prayer, I want you to know that prayer went way before the National Day of Prayer was instituted, and I'd like to share how Benjamin Franklin in the Federal Convention rose up as it seemed like it was going to fall apart. He said, "We shall be divided by our little partial local interest. Our projects will be confounded, and we ourselves shall become a reproach and byword down to future ages. I therefore beg leave to move that henceforth prayers imploring assistance of heaven and its blessings on our deliberations be held in this assembly every morning before we proceed to business, and that one or more of our clergy in this city shall be requested to officiate in that service." And so it was so, and so we still do have people praying before we deliberate in business, and I'm so thankful that here in the city of Palm Bay we do just that. I'd like to also note that because of prayer, in so many cases, even the declaration was bathed in prayer, and we came up with the reality that we can hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, endowed by their Creator God with certain unalienable rights, that among us these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And after they made the Declaration of Independence, they stated, "For the support of this declaration with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor." They were ready to lay down their lives for the reality of the liberty that we need. And then there are 7 miracles that happened during the Revolutionary War. I wish I had a little more time, but you guys have chained a pastor in his capacity to preach, but we'll go with that. But just to let you know that the fog that let George Washington pass away from being slaughtered by the British, providence came in because of prayer. And they were able to escape by unusual weather conditions that we can relegate to providence, God working in our lives. And so therefore, we also thank God for all of you all as we pray for you that divine providence will work in you and through you and bring wise counsel, wise decisions, and have what I would still say the greatest city on the face of the earth, Palm Bay, Florida, which I am a proud citizen of. Thank you.
Robert Stice.
Man, that is a hard act to follow, isn't it? My goodness. He's right about one thing. Well, Robert Stice, 1796, Winbrook Drive. To have a bunch of ragtag farmers and lay people go against the largest army and the largest navy on the planet and survive is extraordinary. I want to talk about a little bit of traffic and what we're looking at here. Again, when I moved here, there was 119,000 residents in 2017. Now we're at about 159, and if I do the math right, that's 40,000. I had to head off to the, actually on Monday to the VA, and I left during rush hour. But when I looked at my watch, it took me 5 minutes to make a right-hand turn out of my cul-de-sac. Now, if you're on the treadmill, 5 minutes is nothing. But if you're trying to make a right turn into traffic or what have you, that seems like an eternity. So I look at this potential. I'm going to go back to the Eden, and I want to thank council for making the right decision a few years ago. But again, to come into and make an offer at Bayside Lakes to put in hundreds of homes times 2 cars per home, you're not talking about FedEx, all the utility vehicles, landscaping and everything else that goes in there. It's going to be horrific. It's going to be intolerable. So I was able to get the previous city manager's traffic study that they did for us a few years back. I can't recall. I think it might have been 2023, about you go into Palm Bay and you come out of Bayside Lakes, you turn right, you come into an L-shaped curve. It's worse than a 90-degree. And of course, you get people, nobody does 40 miles an hour. They're basically hauling butt, and usually you have one thing in your head, in your hand. Although I did see a lady with a frickin' chicken wing trying to eat that while she's driving around that corner. It's unbelievable. So it will decimate, absolutely decimate Palm Bay. And again, I implore our new chief of police to get some radar units out there. We do have citizen patrol out there that will plant there right in front of our HOA, and just seeing that white vehicle there tends to slow people down. Since I moved here, we've had about 5 deaths in that area, including a Ford Ranger pickup truck hit an oak tree and was killed at that particular location. It takes nothing. I can't tell you how many, I can't remember how many feet you travel in 2 or 3 seconds, and you're in close proximity to the sidewalk around there. So please, you guys talked about infrastructure when you came in, but infrastructure's not helping because it's not getting any larger, it's not getting modified, and the people keep coming in. So please consider what you decide, how it's going to look like in 3 to 5 years. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker.
Mayor, I have a duplicate card from a speaker from previous. I just want to read our council policy 7.8.2A4 can only address council once under public comments. So that concludes our speakers, Mayor.
Thank you. So we're now on procurement item number 1, Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. You have before you tonight the award of proposal State Lobbying Services 01 RFP 26. At the request of the city, our contract had expired. We solicited proposals for state lobbying services. The current state lobbying contract is expired. We've been on a month-to-month continuance for that date. Tonight, we're here for the City Council to select our lobbying services.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, are there any speaker cards?
No, Mayor, I don't have any cards.
Okay. Councilman Johnson and
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Hammer.
Yes, sir. I need some clarification from council, and I will say this more towards you, Mayor, because I was asking Mr. Morton, and I just need some blanks filled in. When this was brought before, I had said that I wanted to serve on the committee in regards to the state lobbying services. I did it before, and we were blessed with Sunrise Consulting and shifted over from Mr. Ron Book. And since we accumulated a large amount of funding for the city of Palm Bay, but it was council's desire to move forward with you, Mayor, and then got an odd email that we've never gotten before, February 26th, saying for council to disclose of any campaign contributions from any of the lobbying services. I didn't respond to the email because I thought it was odd, because I was like, we don't have to do that for any time we're voting on a public hearing item for any of the developments that come up before us, so I didn't think it was proper for that to be done. So I left the email alone. But when this came back and I saw I wasn't consulted on it or given feedback on it, I kind of wanted to understand, how do we get here? So I called Mr. Morton. He said it was kind of a last-minute thing, but I remember I had said if you weren't doing it, Mayor, I would have liked to step in and do it, but Mr. Morton jumped in at the last second to fill in. So the whole thing kind of caught me off guard, specifically with the request for if you receive campaign donations, because I've received campaign donations from, and it was an email to all of us, but I received campaign donations from projects I approved and projects I didn't approve, but it's not a requirement. So that just kind of threw me off. So I would like to hear.
Let me, I brought this up in council right after. So let me refresh your memory. I came to council and I said, listen, and this happened afterwards because I got up. So I went into the class with our procurement process, and there were 5 individuals, and I shared that I wasn't aware of the 5 finalists, but of those 5 individuals, I knew not so much that they contributed to my campaign, but that they might have contributed to the mayor's ball, or they might have contributed to, as a minister, I've done fundraising for the family Christmas extravaganza. So I remember there was one attorney that was on there from Gray Robinson that I knew back in probably 2016 or 2015, long before I was elected, gentlemen. And I think I had stated that. Because I knew that they donated to the family Christmas extravaganza, I shared that with our procurement officer at the time. And I said, to play it safe, I can't sit on here based on integrity issues, right? So that's what that case was about. So I stepped back from it. I shared that with city management. I actually shared that with our city clerk. And then I came on the dais and I thought I said, hey guys, I'm not sitting on this. Huh?
You weren't there, yeah.
Oh, you probably wasn't there, but I publicly said, hey guys, I can't sit on this because, I'd rather be safe than have that come back. So that's the history of it. Perhaps, I didn't even realize he wasn't in council that day. So it was, okay. But I did publicly say that, and I did remember you saying you wanted to serve, so I don't know why you didn't take that. And I can't call you and say, hey, why didn't you take this? Right? But I did notice that you didn't take the lead as you had said. So does that explain it a little better for you?
It does. I still don't agree in regards to, I understand the integrity side of it, but there's been churches, as we have one here, and while your heart's for the Lord at that time, you separated that. Not separated your heart from the Lord, but you separated being a pastor and making a decision on the best interests of the city in that time. So I don't feel, if we receive a donation or something from the past, if that should affect present voting. So I understand, but legally we still can do it. But I understand where you're coming from, Mayor. So I appreciate you, filling in the blanks for me.
That was the procurement official that guided me through that, because it was also the fact that there might have been, and I knew that there was someone that contributed to the mayor's ball. Yes, sir. Right? So if I knew that and I shared it, they said, no, that could be construed, right? It could appear. So I'm big on this appearance thing. So I said, okay, so I'm going to bow out. Yes, but again, I couldn't call you and say, hey, I'm not doing this. So I let the city clerks, it would have been a sunshine violation, right? So I let the city clerk know, and I let our city manager know. And then from there, I cleansed my hands. I was not part of that process. Does that satisfy? you? All right. Councilman Hammer.
Yeah, my first question is, I was looking for a breakdown on the points, and I didn't see any of it in the pamphlets, like on why they got the grades they did. But my other thing is, I want to, when I first started here, I wanted to have some kind of guideline on a vendor quality, because I don't think the vendor's quality and their service in the past is being taken into account here, because when this council is the one up there in these meetings with the legislators, we're having conversations with our legislators that these lobbying services have put us in. And I'm going to go on record of saying Sunrise has put us in meetings that are far beyond anything that I asked. And I'm not going to be in support of going to a different lobbying vendor, because how I look at it is, when I have somebody that's working really hard, and when I go into these legislative, speaking to our legislators, and they tell me how hard they're working on it, if I'm that legislator and I see somebody that's working their, and they're working their butt off for something, and we switch on them, I'm not going to take them seriously. So I think we need to look at what we've gotten so far, see if we have a discrepancy with what's happened, because without the points, I can't see why the grades are where they are. But I'm just going to be at a place where I don't feel comfortable with moving our services, especially we're in the middle of a lot of big things coming to Palm Bay. Thanks.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councilman Langevin, would you like to weigh in? I'm going to go down the dais at this point.
Well, if we're all going to weigh in, I'll just weigh in. I mean, I'm just going to say, Sunrise Consulting has been phenomenal. I've been on, but I know people and have friends in some of the other lobbying firms too. They're amazing, and I want to put that out there. But at the end of the day, we've used Sunrise Consulting, and the level of service that we've gotten them has just been above reproach. It's been phenomenal. When we went to Tallahassee 2 times ago, I didn't go this year. It was Palm Bay was VIP meetings, while the rest of Brevard County was waiting on the way out. And the meetings that they've gotten us with the commerce and with FDOT, that's doing great things for our city, bringing millions and millions of dollars. They've gotten us funding when we didn't even have sponsors on one side of the House or the Senate. So, I mean, they've got an A+ rating, so why would you fix something that's not broken, in my opinion? So I'm going to support Sunrise tonight.
Okay, so did you want to weigh in? Councilman Johnson, are you going to weigh in?
Yes, Mayor, I'm actually in support of Sunrise as well. I was looking at, I'm with you, Councilman Hammer. I was looking at the distribution of the points, but just from the value I've seen, I was here when Ron Book was our consulting firm, and that council at that time was fighting for Ron Book, but we had nothing to stand on. There was no funding that came to the city of Palm Bay in those years that he was our lobbyist. And I wish all the best for Mr. Book, but it just, to your point, there was nothing we can stand on. Here, we have a lot to stand on with Sunrise Consulting, so I don't see why shifting gears at this point. If we were to not accrue funding in the past few years, or we weren't able to get in with the Secretary of
Commerce, Alex.
Yeah, like if we weren't getting those meetings or those conversations, then that's when I would say, hey, it's time for us to consider elsewhere, but it's happening. And I feel like it's still going to keep happening. Sean Foster has been great. I see somebody in the audience right now from Sunrise here as well, but I think they've been great. So I'm fine with, keeping it how it is.
So I'm going to tee it over to our deputy mayor, but before I do, I just want to share, and no one on this dais would remember, but with Sunrise Consulting, we were able to get the largest amount of grant opportunities in the city's history. $5 million in one session. So I wanted to publicly say that. I will, however, say if that, putting this out for procurement was a task that, we should honor our staff as well, even though in the end, the bottom line is when it comes to lobbying groups, we should know more about lobbying groups because we see the benefits when we take our trips to Tallahassee, right? But my concern is that we went through this procurement process and based on the point system, based on all the information that was gathered, there was a group that stood apparently based on those numbers, right? A big disparity of that. And that's where the selection came from, right? So that's an area of concern. So there's two questions that I have, and perhaps this should go to the city manager. Should have we gone through this process, or was it possible for us to just say, look, these guys are doing a great job. Why do we have to entertain this procurement process if we are satisfied with the lobbying that we're receiving from our state partners?
So I'll kind of answer this in a two-parter. So it was time to go back out. The contract was expired. We have similar rules throughout the city, like with our auditors, and after they serve, I believe it's 2 terms, they can't come back for 8 years, right? We have different rules to sort of protect transparency and open things up. That being said, I think we, in the future, should go through a different process. And I don't do sports, ironically enough, but I'm going to do a sports analogy because I don't know how to do this any better. At the end of the day, as has been noted on the dais tonight, the lobbyist works for the city council. They don't work for me. They don't work for city staff. They work for the city council and the citizens of Palm Bay. It would make sense in the future to have city council be the members of that RFP committee regardless. So we're essentially, in the sports analogy, we're the first base coach telling you guys, the ones at the plate, taking all the risk, knowing when to swing, when not to swing, giving me direction, right? You guys give me direction on what to do. We're telling you when to swing the bat. And that's probably not the best solution. So staff went through from their perspective and graded the applicants. And at the end of the day, I've been working a lot with procurement and identifying how we change some processes to identify subject matter experts for various procurements. An example we keep using is we've got people who've never held a wrench or know what the wrench does, can tell someone what wrench to buy. It's a really irrelevant example. I'm just trying to be illustrative here. So at the end of the day, my point is council is the subject matter experts at lobbying, and hindsight being hindsight, we would have pressed in and changed the process and actually demanded the process be changed. We didn't. That's on us. And so it is no fault of our procurement department. And so we're here tonight delivering that message. At the end of the day, you guys are the subject matter experts.
Thank you. And to that end, Mr. Morton, I really think the procurement process has to be looked at as a whole, because the reason we're in this plight with the South Regional wastewater plant is because the lowest bidder was taken. And look at where we're at with that. So I just wanted to highlight that. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You guys touch on a lot of things that I agree with, that I was thinking about. This last year and a half, I've worked very close with Sunrise on several trips to Tallahassee, and the representative from Sunrise. We speak several times on a monthly basis, and always appreciate that open line of communication. And I think they've been very successful for the city. And who's to say that these other guys aren't, right? But I like to stick with what I know, and what I do know is Sunrise Consulting has been doing a good job. To the city manager's point, was the procurement process not as refined as it should be? I think the suggestions he's making are valid for the next time for the renewal. And then I think timing is important too, because currently we don't have a budget at the state level, and so we're looking at potentially changing who our lobbyist is going to be before the budget's even passed and before the governor even signs anything. So I think the timing is terrible, and I think the process can be refined. And for all those reasons I stated, I'll be supporting Sunrise tonight.
Okay. Madam Attorney, are we good with that?
you are good with not approving this tonight. I think one of the problems, unless you all have more information than what's in the agenda, because certainly you could, staff can review this and they can come up with their findings, and you could review and say, we want Sunrise because we disagree, and you can point to the presentations and the scoring and how you would do it differently. But that amount of information, I don't see how you all can provide, because the actual, what they provided isn't here, and what the criteria was. So you all aren't, you're saying what your experience with Sunrise is, but you're not applying the same criteria that they are, because you can't, unless you all received information separate from what's actually in the agenda.
So what do you suggest? Because I'm hearing the council doesn't want to approve this, so we'll deny this, is what I'm hearing. And then how do we continue with the group that we are going on a monthly basis?
I would suggest that you not deny yet, but you actually table this so that when you deny, you can apply, because you have to realize Sunrise isn't even the second to the southern group of Florida. Right. So we need to be able to look at what they presented, look at the criteria, and then be able to articulate why you all think they got it wrong, which you can't do right now.
Okay. Council, are you clear with the guidance from our city attorney? Don't all weigh in at the same time. I'll start with Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, my only question, I remember when we had the RFP for real estate, we chose somebody who was lower on the scale as well, and it wasn't an issue. But granted, the first person was chosen, and Relentless was chosen as an alternative or a secondary choice. But I didn't think we had any evidence backing that at that time. So I guess that's my question. Like, we've heard we're the subject matter experts. We've heard the mayor speak on the 5 million, the city's record in regards to receiving. To me, I feel like that's evidence in itself, and we have the data to show that. So we have proof that we were able to meet with the people we met with, and I feel like all that should be considered as evidence. And it's been us as council speaking on it during this whole deliberation. So,
okay, ma'am, do you have a response for that? Because I've got the city manager wanting to weigh in as well. Oh, no, as you were. Yeah, okay.
I doubt it that we didn't have the backing, because typically when we have had these, you'll have the presentations, or council will have the actual submissions and the points and how it was scored. But you all can't now decide. There is criteria that they use in which they were evaluated, which was a published criteria. You can look at that criteria and you can apply it and come up with a different result. But right now, you're not applying that criteria because you all don't know what that criteria is. What you all are saying is that, hey, we like who we've got. I don't know that that's the only criteria, and it's likely not. So you have criteria, you tell, hey, this is what you all are going to be scored upon.
Okay,
and this is how we award. So you can apply the criteria differently, you can score differently, but you can't all of a sudden just change the rules completely differently at the end.
Okay, so Madam Attorney, what I'm hearing overwhelmingly by this council is to continue the contract with Sunrise. What is it that you need for us to move in that direction?
I need you all to table this to another council meeting so that we can actually get the actual material that they submitted. We can see the criteria, and then we can look at it and see why we believe that this was not scored properly and what the differences are, so we can base our decision based upon the published criteria, which you all do not have right now, and based upon the submissions that they each all provided.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I have a question for the city attorney. If council went ahead and made a motion tonight to support and approve Sunrise Consulting Group, is your fear that another group can just protest the procurement process?
Yes.
Gentlemen, what do you think the likelihood of after another group here in the conversation tonight that they would protest, and what happens if they do protest?
You know, that's a good question for the city attorney. What would happen if they do protest, ma'am?
It would be very hard to justify why we didn't give it to the first or the second based upon the published criteria, when none of you can state what the published criteria are and you're not applying the published criteria. Which is why I'm asking you not to deny until we can know what the criteria is, what they submitted, and be able to justify based upon, essentially, we put out rules. This is how you all are going to be scored. They were scored. And we can say that staff got it wrong. And this is why we think staff got it wrong. But you all aren't doing that.
Copy that, man. Understood.
All right.
Councilman
Well-
Langevin.
Yeah, you guys can say no, but I'm going to say, I'm going to make a motion to give guidance to staff to come back with an appropriate contract to hire Sunrise Consulting, and then we can approve it when it comes back, whatever has to be done legally.
Okay, but I think first things first on the procurement,
I mean, on the procurement side, Mayor.
Hold on
we're-
1 second, hold on.
Okay.
What she's asking us to do, and obviously she's looking out for the city's interests, right? What she's asking us to do is to table this, and then we could come back and work out those other details. I'm ready.
And
Does
one of
that
the
make
things
sense?
is,
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor had mentioned that we are still in the budgeting process, and I know we are getting ready to have a break. It may be, certainly if our current provider is willing, because I know we are asked the contract to stay on through the budgeting, that this may be something that you all want to take up in July.
Or later. Okay. Does that?
And we'll
are
give you
good
enough
now?
time to allow them to finish and also to be able to look at the criteria and be able to speak with, look at the criteria yourself, have any discussions with the city manager or me. But that may be what you want to do, is to table it to maybe the first meeting in July or whatever meeting
Copy
that
that.
you all deem appropriate.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to go to Mr. Morton, and then,
If it's helpful, I'm sorry.
hold on.
Well, I just want to finish.
Just a
Okay.
second, but this is all related to your comment, brother. So I'm going to go to Mr. Morton, and then I'll go back to you, Chandler, and then, or Councilman Langevin, and then Councilman Hammer.
If it's
Carry on.
helpful, and I believe it's appropriate, we can continue this for, let's set a date, but a few months realistically. Because again, I don't know that we're in the urgency. We had to go back out. We know we're going through the process, and everyone will get to see it. We'll keep Andrew on contract, unless you guys have a different solution, so I can meet with each of you, which is appropriate individually, to discuss the criteria, take your feedback, to put that in the staff report. It's just one path, and maybe I was premature in bringing that up, but I was trying to answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Councilman Langevin?
So based off of the responses I got, I have a couple of follow-up questions. And one of those questions is, just to make sure we're good, does our current contract, is this going to impact our current contract with, it's month to month. So we're able to, it's not going to expire like this month or whatever. We're good to get through the budgeting season with Sunrise.
I am currently verbally, but we can memorialize it. We are on a continuing contract under the same terms. I'm sure if it's appropriate, Mr. Colell could speak tonight, but my understanding from that conversation was they were here to service that contract until we finish the process regardless.
Okay, so I made a motion, so I'll withdraw my motion, and then I'm just going to make the motion to go ahead and table it to July 1st.
Okay. I got a motion to table till July 1st? The first meeting in July. Okay. Mr. Morton?
First of all, you gentlemen are off in June, so I don't know if you're going to be willing to meet in June. You'll have to meet with me, so just make sure you give yourselves enough time. Again, I don't think, unless I'm misunderstanding, we're not in a super rush. I want to make sure we have time to meet. You guys go through the scoring criteria, take your time. We'll have the continuing contract, which will keep them through the end of the legislative session, which probably will not end in July, as they wrap everything up in the post, so we're not worrying about that.
Shouldn't it end in June 30th? The budget year ends June 30th.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So they'll still be month to month is?
Correct.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
The first meeting in July, are we setting the criteria? Is that what that meeting's for? Or do we need to set the criteria tonight?
The criteria is set. What's going to happen is I'm going to go through the scoring criteria, the responses, and essentially share what staff's results were, and you're going to be able to evaluate each criteria and feedback and tell us again, where we missed, we're not the subject matter experts, where we missed it and what your scores would be. I'm gonna have to do that independently. We'll compile that information, run it back through the process, and to the attorney's point, that can be your basis if it comes out that way, that they're the highest scoring, your basis for approving the contract with Sunrise that we'll have ready in July.
Yeah, and I believe Councilman Johnson mentioned the information that was mentioned on the dais to be part of that. Okay. Councilman Hammer?
I just want to get this straight. Basically, what you're saying is the criteria, because you might know the criteria. What we've said tonight does not fall with said criteria. Is that what you're saying? What we said tonight as a basis is not part of the published criteria within what was sent to the vendors, correct? And that's why we have to go back to it, because I did say we did not have the items listed. Is that what we're saying?
I think it's likely. Procurement may be able to tell you, Mr. Morton, I don't even know. I wasn't on it and it's not here. I can't tell you what the criteria is. So I can't tell you all that you all are applying it. And if we're challenged, I can say that you all applied this and you
Exactly.
all, because there's not enough here for that.
Okay, so this goes back to what I've been echoing for the last year is we need to have vendor quality reports so we can use the quality of a vendor in the future. Our city is, in a lot of times, in the place we are right now, because we have people that are picking what somebody else does at their job, and we're just picking the lowest price. We need to have the people that specialize in that reading what's coming through, and then we need to be able to make our decisions based on knowledgeable people on that subject making theirs. It's like asking a basketball player to tell, a baseball player how to do something. It's just not going to make any sense. But I'm going to echo, we need some kind of vendor quality report so we can take situations like this where a vendor has performed. And there's things in our everyday job that changing them will affect it. I mean, if you think about it, we can get ourselves into a really bad situation with a lot of good things coming right now if things happen. I think we need a better policy on it. And yeah.
Councilman Hammer, that's been stated, and that's what the city manager is stating as well. I think we all share in your frustration with what's happening, but that's part of what the city manager wants to bring with the new procurement process, and David's handling that right now. So there is going to be a shift, brother. So we all share in your same frustrations. But at this point right now, we have to, what exactly do you need, Madam Attorney? You need us to move to set this for the first meeting in January? Or July?
I know either first meeting in July. The city manager seems to be asking you all if you want to consider having it the second meeting in July, because you're not going to be here in June, but tabling it to a date certain, either the first or that second meeting in July.
Second meeting in July, gentlemen. I need a motion.
Real quick, I just had a question. Do we need lobbying services between July and, say, December? And do we need to put somebody on retainer for those months? Or can we just pick it up in January?
That's a question. Now, keep in mind, they start those committee meets in the fall.
Okay.
So I wouldn't want to, I would rather keep month to month. I wouldn't want to go without them representing us, whoever it is at this point, right? I think, I see where you were going with that, but I still need a motion for the second meeting in July.
Okay, I got to retract my motion then, and I'll make a motion for the second meeting in July.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, and we have discussion with Councilman Johnson.
Just 2 points. One, I thought the first meeting in July would have been fine. Just because there's no council meeting in the month of June, it's not like we're going to be in a different country the whole month. Well, not me. That would be nice. But, but my next question, I guess this is more for the city attorney. Had a council member been on in the discussion for the RFP, would what they have said on this dais at that, say the mayor was there, or Deputy Mayor Jaffe, would what they have said on this dais been enough to vote on?
Well, if you had somebody on there, they would have known the scoring and would have been able to tell you, let's just say you had a council member who actually selected the current vendor as their top choice. They would have been able to explain to you why in which they selected them and what their basis for their scoring, to the extent that you all concurred and adopted those findings. Yes, that would have been good for me. And I could have worked with that, but none of you all can say what that was and what the basis of it. But yes, that would have been very much helpful.
Yes, sir. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir, if that whole issue would have not come up.
Yeah.
You're
So,
right.
yeah.
I think that's a valid point, Councilman Johnson. Anyway, right now, I've got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, to bring this back, the second meeting in July. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We are now on public, as you were, I got to go back. Hold on. We're now on consent. Deputy Mayor.
No cards, Mayor.
No cards. Council, anything? I need a motion.
Make a motion to approve consent.
I got a
Second.
motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by, was it you, Johnson? Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. We're now on public hearings number 1. Madam Smith.
And before that, I'd like to read the resolution that you all just approved under consent.
Yes, ma'am. Carry on.
Resolution 2026-06, a resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, adopting the 2025 update of the Brevard County Hazard Mitigation Plan, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton.
That was just the resolution. Now we're going to start the quasi-judicial hearing, and I'm going to read the quasi-judicial notice first. The following items are quasi-judicial in nature. Public hearings, agenda items number 1 and 3. Any person who wishes to testify on such a matter must sign a speaker card, which contains a sworn oath to tell the truth. Any individual addressing the council must state his or her name and confirm that a speaker card has been signed. Attorneys who are appearing on behalf of a party and not providing testimonial evidence are not considered witnesses and need not be sworn. Counsel should disclose any ex parte communication by disclosing the subject matter of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place. The order of this proceeding will be as follows. First, staff will make its presentation, followed by the applicant, then any other interested party. Any speaker may be subject to cross-examination by the council or any other interested party. Any other person may speak for a maximum of 3 minutes. The applicant will then be allowed concluding remarks. The quasi-judicial body may modify the time limits on its own motion or upon request of a party to the proceeding. The hearing will then be closed and no additional testimony or argument will be allowed. The council will then deliberate in public. At the end of deliberation, a council member will make a motion on the application to bring the matter to a vote. Every council member is then free to vote in favor or against the motion. Ordinance 2025-44. An ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the zoning ordinance of the City of Palm Bay by changing the zoning of property from RR, Rural Residential District, to RS1, Single Family Residential District, which property is located in the vicinity north of Emerald Road, south of Valor Drive, and west of Cavern Avenue, and legally described herein, providing for a change of the zoning map, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and now Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This is the public hearing for the final reading of this quasi-judicial proceeding as was read, ordinance 2544, rezoning that property. Because it is quasi-judicial, I will turn it over to staff.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The subject property consists of two parcels located north of Emerald Road Southeast and south of Valor Drive Southeast. The applicant is requesting a zoning change from rural residential to RS1, which is a single-family residential district, for the entire site for the development of single-family homes. This proposed zoning supports the character of the surrounding area and complements existing nearby single-family residential neighborhoods. Would you?
Any
If you have any questions, I'll take those now.
Any questions, council?
It's pretty straightforward.
Council, any questions? Seeing none, okay, we have speaker cards.
Steve Petty with Pastor Tom Walker on deck.
Come on up, Mr. Petty. You gonna sing for us, sir?
Maybe I could drive a race car for you.
Well, Tom Petty.
Tom
Steve,
Petty.
Yeah.
Mayor, Councilman, I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you as we are here again. First, my name is Steve Petty. I not only am a member of the church, but I live in Palm Bay in the Bayside Lakes area. And I am not an employee of the church. I've never been employed there. Everything I do with them has been because of what I have learned about the ministry and believe in what they're doing and volunteer my time with them. We moved here, my family and I, a little over 5 years ago. It was exactly, or just a little more than 1 year after we adopted our youngest daughter, Takaya. We moved here from the northwest corner of Iowa, where we adopted her, and she is biracial. Where we moved from, she was about the only girl of color in her entire elementary school. And that was her experience the first 10 years of her life. So when we moved here, we knew it was going to be a big change for her. Because she was going to be exposed to multiple cultures that she had never experienced or been a part of. And so when we moved here, we intentionally wanted to find a church that represented our community and those cultures, that had not only diversity and racial diversity, but just generational diversity, socioeconomical diversity, so that she could experience things and adjust to the environment. We also moved here smack dab in the middle of COVID. And so there were no churches meeting, in person when we first arrived here. So our first Sunday at Centerpoint Church was the first Sunday they opened back up after COVID. And we immediately found a place where we knew it represented the community and provided what we were looking for our family and for our daughter. We have watched that church grow over these last several years, and what that has caused for us when it comes to the growth needs. We would love to be able to grow our church and build something new without having to sell a piece of property, but we're not a church that can afford that. And so we have looked at what our options have been. The first time we appeared here was because there was a group developing apartments that approached us that wanted to purchase the land. And so you might remember the very first time you heard about it, there was a whole different idea. But we began to see and experiences taught us that the better fit for our community was single-family housing that fit in for the community that we are a part of. And so that is the approach that we have taken. There are other options available to us, things that we could do, and I'm going to go over time because I wasn't expecting to be on time. Other options that we could do, but we believe this is the best fit and appreciate the opportunity to do that and to move forward. I probably need to end it there, don't I?
Thank you.
Just real quick, Mayor, who was the applicant? Because are you the applicant, Mr. Walker, or who's representing?
Well, he was the first speaker.
Yeah, so they should have more
Mr. Pitt.
time, I would think.
Yeah, because there's not been someone who actually represented the applicant.
They're the
yet.
applicant.
No, okay, well, okay.
Or here it is, it says applicant.
Okay, ma'am, put the timer on the applicant. Carry on.
Appreciate that. And so the current approach fits with our community in a much better way for single-family housing. We know the one question that has come back up has really been about the impact of the schools and what that looks like. So we did receive an updated school concurrency so that we could share that with what those projections look like. It was based upon the development of 41 homes total. Now, you might recall, 8 of those have already been accounted for with the lots that faced Emerald Road. Okay, so we're talking about the remaining 33, really. If no zoning change took place, 10 homes could be built there. So the difference we're talking about is really 23. But I'm going to use the numbers based upon 41 because that's the total that was initially talked about. In the projections from the school concurrency, we see that there, in the first year, is a total of 8 additional students projected for the development. By the year 2029, 2030, there's a total of 18 students projected across the 3 schools: Turner Elementary, Southwest Middle School, and then Palm Bay High School. You will see that for Turner Elementary, there are no issues with capacity for the first 3 years. By the time we get to 29-30 school year, there is a limit of 3 that we are over for school capacity. Our projection for our development is a total of 10 for Turner Elementary, but the total projection overage is only 3 students. For Southwest Middle School, you'll see that there's no shortage for the first 2 years. By the time we get to the final year for the projection of 29 and 30, there's an overage of 123 students, of which our development would only be responsible for 3 of those students. So I would say that the overage is not an issue pertaining to us. Palm Bay High School has no concerns for capacity. There's as many as more than 1,100 slots still available after this development would be done. And so we see that a grand total of 18 students are projected 4 years down the road from this development. And really, there's only 1 school that we impact in any significant way. And by significant, I mean we make a 1% total of the student population for that school. The adjacent schools or the neighboring schools have enough capacity to cover anything that would be an overage for those 3 schools. We've heard concerns about green space and the desire to be able to utilize that land as 1-acre lots. That land has always been able to be developed, but we see that when we've talked with those experienced in the mortgage environment to try to develop those as 1-acre lots, we cannot find the comps to be able to price those homes at what it would cost to build and develop in that area. And so we are simply asking to basically be able to develop exactly like the community that is around us. It's a privilege to be a part of the Palm Bay community. It really is. And as a church, it's been our privilege to serve the people of Palm Bay and to partner with the schools on a regular basis for presentations and to perform assemblies and provide inspiration to our students. It's also a privilege to be able to meet the needs of our community that come to us needing assistance, needing counsel, needing support, and they are able to engage in those programs and those ministries that are a part of Centerpoint Church. We appreciate the opportunity to come back to you and just narrow in and define exactly what we are wanting to do and how we want to be a part of this community. And at this point, I would like to ask our lead pastor, Tom Walker, to share what he sees as the vision for Centerpoint.
Good evening, everyone. Glad to be back in front of you. Hopefully to be able to do this again, but talking about something different. Last time we were here, 4 out of the 5 voted in favor of the rezoning. I'm hoping to be 5 out of 5 this time. Steve Petty, also a pastor, but not pastor at Centerpoint. He represents some of the strongest leaders that we have. And his logic and his explanations are clear and concise. I don't think I need to add to them or try to. I guess I just want to talk a little bit about our neighbors. Now, I know that because of this, you have had some pushback personally and on social media, and it's because of this request that we have made. And on behalf of the church, I apologize for that. You shouldn't have to deal with that. We have also been misunderstood, been told that maybe we don't care about the neighborhood or care about the neighbors. That's really not true. We've been in a good relationship, as far as I know, for the past 20 years that I've been there. And they've put up with some stuff as well. They've had cars parked in front of their houses and hundreds of people on the roadway trying to get into the church. And there was a few complaints, but mostly not. Mostly they understood. We also ran a food pantry that fed up to 500 families a week. For other reasons that aren't pertinent to our conversation today, we closed it down. But while we were there, if you've driven by it, there's not a lot of parking and it could be very congested. And so our volunteers were careful about trying to mediate any congestion because we didn't want our serving ministry to hinder the lifestyle of the people that we call neighbors. Our desire is just to continue to meet the spiritual and physical needs of people that we live around, not just in our little corner of Palm Bay, but broader Palm Bay, which we reach, and many of our folks come from Melbourne. We have a chance to make a greater difference, to make a spiritual difference. Like Steve had mentioned earlier, there's the impact, the housing impact is not as many as we might have thought. It's really just 23 extra homes. And multiply that out. He's already gone through some of the other objections that our neighbors have had. And I call them neighbors because they are neighbors, not because they live close, but because we're part of each other's life, whether we like it or not. The most reoccurring concern is how we will ruin their life by cutting down the underbrush. And it's true, we will cut down the underbrush. But I do think that by cutting down the underbrush, we enhance the lifestyle of our neighbors. Trees will come down. Not all the trees, but some of the trees. And in so doing, it will get rid of the opportunities that we have now with the underbrush gone, trees cut down, to deal with a homeless crisis that we have to face in our backyard. We bring in hundreds of kids, we just bring in hundreds of kids, let's just say that. And their safety is of paramount importance to us. We've got great police officers. Many of them come to our church, or some of them come to our church. And they do a wonderful job, but they only do the physical response to a crisis. The church is there to provide spiritual help, emotional assistance, even physical relief. They deal with surface. It's the church's job to go deeper. And that's why we are planning on moving forward with this. And we'd like your assistance with that. Mr. Mayor, you say this is the greatest city in the world. I'm not here to debate that with you. I am here to say that the only way that this city can be the greatest city anywhere is when Christ is the center of it. Our name is Center Point Church. Our mission aligns with your vision. Our mission is to bring Christ to the center of people's lives. I'm asking for a 5-0 vote to allow us to make a greater difference in Palm Bay. We are not the only church. We're not the greatest church. It was just another church with a mediocre lead pastor. But we believe that we can do our part to make your city the greatest city in the world.
Hey, Pastor Tom, I don't have a question, but I just wanted to share with you. You're right. This city has a mayor that keeps proclaiming that the city of Palm Bay is the greatest city on the face of the earth. And sometimes it's misunderstood, so I'll take the liberties right now to explain. I believe that our words are spiritual capsules, and they create. And so you'll always find me saying, whether I'm mayor or not, that the city I live in is the greatest city on the face of the earth.
Oh, amen to that.
Does that conclude your?
I'm done.
All right, sir.
And you got
Next
16
speaker.
minutes left.
Next speaker, we may need him.
Jeff Corte.
Well, what'll happen is you'll get an opportunity to close remarks if you so choose, sir.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Jeff Court, 50-plus year resident of Palm Bay, 509 Seacrest Avenue Southwest. I've attended Center Point Church for 6 years now. I must say I do love my church. Center Point Church is led by an amazing pastor. We have an incredible worship team. Our congregation is welcoming, multicultural, family made up of people of all ages. I believe that it is this combination, guided by the Holy Spirit and coupled with the growth of the number of people seeking God, that has led to our tremendous growth. At Center Point, I serve as the head usher. As a head usher, I witness challenges every week. Our services are full, and finding seats for the folks that come to church can be quite the challenge. But, you know, as it states in James chapter 1, verses 2 and 3, dear brothers and sisters, when troubles of any kind come your way, consider it an opportunity for great joy for you to know that when your faith is tested, your endurance has a chance to grow. I have faith that God has a plan. I can't say 100% that I know what God's plan is. I believe my faith and my prayer is that Christ wants Center Point to grow. We can see it. I purposely wore this shirt today from Center Point, Made for More, because, through Jesus Christ and the willingness of each other to help one another, Center Point Church, this community, and us individually are indeed made for more. So with that said, I ask you, Mayor and Council, to vote 5-0 to allow us to rezone and be made for more for our people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. As always, I am opposed to this rezoning change from rural residential to RS1 or to anything even greater than that. And the reason being is we have so much land available left that could be zoned 1 acre lots of rural residential land compared to all this other amount of land that we have available for building RS 1, 2, 3, and RS 30 homes on. We're limited in the availability of rural residential land that could be built with 1 acre maximum density per acre, 1 per acre. That still makes a gorgeous site, and there's also a side effect with that. You have a pretty home with a lower population. Lower populations means less traffic on the roads. Less traffic on the road means more ability to get to and from. And I'm going to use all 3 minutes on it just because, even if it means repeating myself, just because I wasn't the applicant and they had 2 of them come up here. Right? So, as always, rural residential land needs to stay rural residential land, and we can populate it, which will still bring people into the church, but it'll be less population. Less population means less traffic, and I prefer less traffic. You'll still get the maximum tax dollar if you have a multi-million-dollar home compared to a $300,000 home. You'll still get it. You'll still get your tax revenue without the number of cars on the road. And I won't go ahead and go for 3 minutes, just to be nice to the city.
Next speaker.
Freddie Ramos.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. May the Lord bless all of you. My name is Pastor Freddie Ramos. I am one of the teaching pastors, and I volunteer my time, my talents, and my treasures at Centerpoint. I want to say thank you for the 3 minutes. Thank you for your time. And I have a rhetorical questions for all of you. If I were to ask, why are you here? What will you say? Maybe you will say, it's my job to be here. But if I continue to press on, I hope I will hear from you, because my passion and devotion is to serve the community. So I want to share a couple of reasons why I'm here tonight. I am here because we are a church without borders that inspire others to experience His life, engage His truth, and express His love. I am here because last night I saw a teenager getting baptized and surrender her life to Jesus. Last night. I am here because I have seen countless of people coming to Christ, families being restored. And I am here because 15 years ago, I was one of them. This church helped me when I was hurt. And I believe on the vision. I understand that we are not able to stop the growth that we are seeing on Palm Bay. But I don't want our city to grow only in numbers. I want our city to grow in the fear of the Lord. I am invested just like you are. I want to see our cities, our schools, everyone calling upon the name of the Lord. We had to expand our facilities because we're doing a great service to this city. This is the very reason why I challenge every fear that I have here, because I believe and I stand behind what we're doing. Please help us to expand God's kingdom on Palm Bay. And if you have any questions, we have 3 services, 8:30, 10, 11:30. And I would love to see you on Sunday. God bless you.
That concludes the cards, Mayor.
That concludes the cards. Sir, would you like to, any final remarks? As the applicant, you have the opportunity, you or Mr. Petty have, well, there's nothing to rebut, but you do have the opportunity to
And to
close.
give you an opportunity for questions if you have any.
No, I don't
Uh,
think council has any questions.
But what,
I don't have any indication.
I mentioned earlier that I am not an employee of the church. What I've never said is what I actually do. I'm a hospice chaplain. I am in and out of homes in our community every day, and am in a role of compassion. And this week alone, I've had 3 of my patients die, and I've celebrated a 104th birthday and a 105th birthday with 2 different ladies in our community. I know the importance of serving from cradle to grave. I spent more than 20 years in family ministry, and so when our church talks about growing and serving our community, one of the largest emphases we have is on serving families, and providing an environment where families feel free to not only come and worship, but a place where they can bring their kids, where their kids are safe, and where they are able to learn in an age-appropriate environment. One of the biggest reasons we feel the need to build at our current location is to better serve the number of children and families that we have coming through our doors. Like I said, we'd love to be able to do that and hang on to the land, because there are so many things you could do with that land. But the reality is, the best thing we can do at this point in time to serve the community that we are a part of now is to take the approach that we have taken and to be able to rezone the land so that it can be sold, so that we can have the funds to grow where we are right now. Easter Sunday, we had over 1,800 people there. Seating capacity, parking capacity, all of that was strained to the max. Allowing us to develop through the sale of this land allows us to reduce that impact and better serve it on our own property and meet those families' needs. And we want to do it in a way that partners with our community through single-family homes that match the community that we are a part of. And we just appreciate the opportunity for you guys to make that decision, and we hope that you will partner with us in that. Thanks again.
Thank you. Does that conclude your remarks?
Yes.
Okay, I am closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
Motion to approve ordinance 2025-44, final reading.
I'll second it.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Langevin. Any further discussions, gentlemen?
I would love a 5-0 vote as well. I wasn't aware of the social media comments. I don't know if it was geared towards any one of you or us. I pulled the bill back and just stayed off of social media, and it's been nothing but peace. So I would recommend that for all of you gentlemen. I would recommend that for all of you gentlemen. I think Deputy Mayor Jaffe stays off social media as well too. Yeah, it's nothing but peace. So I choose peace. But to me, this is the best case scenario with what it could be. So I'm not trying to look at you to sway you, but yes, in a sense. But there's always going to be naysayers.
But when you say that, sir, expound a little bit on it, the best case scenario.
Live Local Act, what it could be in regards to the density that could be there. We had mediation, and that could have went totally awry, but both parties came to an agreement, and I felt that the city attorney, I felt Miss Debbie Flynn, thank you for joining in on that deliberation in regards to the emergency exit, because that was a key point as well, to make sure everybody is safe, not just the churches, but the new residents of our community. And the impact to the schools, yes, I do agree, school concurrencies, they should be more up to date. So I agree with that, and that was a key point. When you brought that up, I didn't even think like that. So I appreciate you bringing that up, but I do feel this is the best case scenario. We did have a family come here to show their disapproval, but of the people of social media, I don't see any of them in here. And you're always going to have naysayers. The prophets in the Bible wouldn't be prophets if they listened to everything people said to them. And I just want to tell you, you're always going to get criticism. You know what I dealt with. And you helped me through that. And I'll never forget that. You helped me through that, called me to check on me, say, how you doing? So don't listen to the naysayers, sir. But, vote with your heart and your mind feeling peace, but I'm ready to move forward, so.
Copy that. Councilman Hammer, wanted to weigh in, but I wanted to give Councilman Langevin, since he actually seconded the motion, let him speak, and then you'll follow through.
I'm good. This is a final reading, so I made my comments last meeting.
Copy that, sir. Councilman Hammer.
I will address possibly what was discussed. I actually got a lot of support for my vote, but what I did get was I got a lot of people saying they would never vote for me again because I did make that vote. So I did attempt to have some conversation with them, and it is something that I had to take. I'm not going to please everybody, but as Mr. Ramos said, I didn't choose this for a job. My job isn't just to sit here and make a decision based on how people feel on me. My calling was to sit up here and make sure everything that comes to this council meets all the requirements that is there: water, schools, traffic, and I have to make my decision based on those. I can't do it on feelings. I can't do it on how people aren't going to vote for me again. I think I'm going to sleep great knowing I made the right decision in my head on why I'm sitting in this seat. So I love having conversation with people on social media. I've actually gained a lot more followers than I would like to know of from diversity. Some of my best people that I talk to every single day were people that I had an issue with. I am going to say I absolutely love Center Point. I've had so many people reach out to me and tell me of the good they've done. They've found the Lord there. They've brought them out of really bad places. But it can't change the fact that I think it's a bad time. Our city's on the cusp of a lot of big infrastructure growth. I would love to see this then, if it can, but as we sit right now, we have some infrastructure and other deficiencies that I can't, in good faith, give a yes for.
Copy that. So I think I'll address a few things. Obviously, we're not going to get to a 5-0 vote, but I will share this. I do believe in rural residential. I've been one of the lone voices. The Live Local Act is an issue for me, as I stated before. But I have to admit, and to Mr. Ramos, I love how you responded. I'm called to sit here. It's a calling that I received. And it's the same calling that actually touched my heart to change my vote the last time. And I'll be supporting this again. So without further discussion, I have a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Passes 4-1. Thank you. We're now on item number 2. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-10, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the 2045 Comprehensive Plan to change the future land use map designation for property located at the northwest intersection of St. John's Heritage Parkway Northwest and Melbourne-Tillman Water Control District Canal Number 1, and legally described herein, from low-density residential, LDR, high-density residential, HDR, commercial, COM, and recreational and open space, ROS, to neighborhood center, NC, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for an effective date.
I'm going to open up the public hearing. Defer to Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. We have Althea Jefferson, our Growth Director, here tonight for a presentation.
Good evening, once again. The applicant, Melrose Properties Florida LLC, is requesting an amendment to the city's future land use map The application number CP 25-00005 is a request, as the city attorney has read, to change the land use map from recreation and open space, low-density residential, high-density residential, and commercial to neighborhood center use. The property is approximately 1,200 acres and is generally located west of St. John's Heritage Parkway between Pace Drive and Emerson Drive. The proposed future land use amendment to neighborhood center introduces a land use pattern that integrates residential uses within a neighborhood serving commercial development. The intent of the neighborhood center land use designation is to create walkable, mixed-use areas where residents can access goods and services close to home. In this case, the applicant is proposing approximately 145,000 square feet of commercial uses that are scaled to serve the surrounding community. As it relates to compatibility, as it is defined by the state of Florida, this amendment aligns with that definition pursuant to Chapter 163.3164 of the Florida statutes, as the proposal integrates uses that are complementary in scale and function. In terms of concurrency, the project is proposed to meet requirements through standard development review, as well as the applicant proposed term sheet, which you'll hear about for the next application should we get to that point. It includes transportation improvements and proportionate share contributions tied to development thresholds. Additionally, the applicant proposed term sheet includes contributions toward fire and police capital improvements, ensuring that our community remains safe. Overall, the amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan and supports a balanced, efficient, and infrastructure-supported development pattern. Now I'll go over some of the application review criteria and staff's findings. Staff evaluated the proposed large-scale comprehensive plan future land use amendment using the criteria you see before you. The amendment is expected to have a positive economic impact, supporting the city's tax base and job creation. Public facilities and infrastructure are available or planned, and the project will be required to meet concurrency requirements. The proposed term sheet includes phased improvements and contributions. The applicant proposed term sheet includes phased improvements and contributions to maintain adopted levels of service. The city is advancing the St. John Heritage Parkway project, which is approximately 90% designed, and it's moving forward in construction. This proposed project will have some impact on achieving those goals to have it completed. The amendment will not adversely impact environmental resources because it has wetlands and conservation areas preserved, and they're also adding walking paths for the community. The request supports a diverse housing mix and improves access to goods and services and employment opportunities. The amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan and supports the established levels of service in our comp plan, and the request maximizes compatibility, provides appropriate transitions, and is located along a major corridor with planned infrastructure, making it suitable for the proposed intensity. And based on staff's analysis, staff finds the request fully meets the adopted criteria and is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The Planning and Zoning Board heard this item and made a recommendation to transmit the request to Florida Commerce in Tallahassee. Tonight, staff is requesting action from the City Council, whereas you will make a decision about the transmittal to Florida Commerce. After that, should it be transmitted, there's a 30-day review by the state. When the review is completed, any comments processed by the state agencies will be forwarded to the city and the applicant. That information will be taken to update the proposal and any staff reports. And from there, we would schedule a second reading. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions. Well,
Council,
actually, I think next is the
say
applicant.
again, ma'am?
I wasn't sure if you were going to take the applicant's remarks.
Just, council, do you have any questions thus far? Now, did she mentioned the list of the, that was in that draft letter?
The
I
applicant's,
was looking for it. Okay. Okay. All right. So, okay. Okay, as you were. All right. So you did mention that.
yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
you're welcome.
Okay. Okay. So the applicant wish to come and speak at this time?
Good evening, Mayor Medina, honorable city council members. My name is Cliff Repperger. My business address is 2101 Waverly Place, Melbourne, Florida, 32901. I'm an attorney with the law firm of White Bird, and together on behalf of BSE Consultants Incorporated, we represent the applicant owner, Millrose Properties, Florida LLC. Ms. Saunders is, Anna Saunders is going to do the presentation tonight, the technical presentation, but just before we begin, a couple of quick housekeeping matters. As staff indicated, the item that you have before you currently is CP 25-5, which is the future land use map amendment. There's also a companion request for, as your next item, item 3, which is the preliminary development plan for the PUD. I think that the presentation covers both of those items, so I know that we're not open for that public hearing yet, but the technical presentation will also address the issues related to the preliminary development plan as well. I know in your package you have a list of the technical experts from the applicant. I don't know if I need to submit that again. I think that's in the agenda package. If I do need to submit it, I'll be glad to do that with the resumes for the technical experts.
Madam
She's
Attorney?
asking, is that the authorization letter? What are your?
No, this was the resume list for our technical experts for tonight.
Yeah, the clerk's saying, yes, you should submit it.
Okay.
Best case scenario, just take it.
Go for it. Yes. And to identify who is present on behalf of the applicant tonight, we have Anna Saunders with BSE Consultants. We have Savannah Farley with BSE Consultants. We have Josh Black with LTG Engineering Planning for Traffic, Ryan Hartman with LTG, Leah Henselman, who is our landscape architect. And then also with us tonight, we also have Greg Pettibon with Lennar Homes, who's the Vice President of Land Development, and David Canfield with Lennar Homes, who's the Director of Entitlements. With regard to our technical experts who will be giving presentation tonight, we would request that those experts stand and be sworn in by the clerk before they give their presentation, before they give their testimony, their sworn testimony, and also any members of the public that will be giving testimony tonight or testimony to the board, that they also be sworn in as well, if you would.
For the quasi-judicial, yes, but you're right now on the comprehensive plan, which is legislative. Certainly, if you want your people sworn in, you can, but there is no requirement for council that though the audience testifying on a comprehensive plan amendment, the legislative be sworn in. They have to be sworn for the quasi-judicial, but not for the comprehensive plan.
Understood, because they're going to be giving testimony related to the presentation that will presumably cover both items. I don't know how much of a presentation we're going to go into on the quasi-judicial side. We may want to swear them in now as well as under the quasi-judicial. That might be a good idea.
Well, what we're going to do is we're going to have the comprehensive plan first. And anybody who wants to speak on the comprehensive plan will speak. If they want to speak on the quasi, they will speak and they will be sworn. Because the quasi testimony is going to be on the quasi.
Could we just, as a matter of procedure, just swear them in now, just to be safe on the legislative side as well, before they give any testimony?
Well, that would be up to council. There just is no requirement for that.
There's no requirement. We'll go one step at a time, sir.
Understood.
All right.
Okay. And with that, I'll turn the presentation over to Leah's going to speak first.
All right. Good evening, members of City Council, Mayor Medina. My name is Leah Heinzelman with Kotler and Hearing here on behalf of Lennar Homes. I want to thank staff for their presentation. And just so you know, at Planning and Zoning, we gave all of it at once, which is why he was asking us to swear in. So you will see both the FLUMA and the rezoning from me tonight. So we're excited to be here and to present Everlands West, the final phase of the Palm Vista Everlands community, and to request approval of the future land use amendment and rezoning to PD. This project represents the continuation of a long-term vision for this area, and we're looking forward to walking you through it this evening. Before we begin, I'd like to briefly introduce the project team. This has been a very collaborative effort between Lennar Homes, our civil and traffic engineers, planning consultants, and our team at Kotler and Hearing. Many of us have been involved with the Everlands community for years, helping to the improvement of Edgewood, Timbers, and Riverwood, so we're very familiar with both the site and the city's expectations. This slide shows the broader context of the site. The property is located at the northwest corner of Pace Drive and St. John's Heritage Parkway, placing it along a key north-south corridor within the city. This area represents the western edge of Palm Bay, where the development transitions into preserved natural systems, and this project continues that pattern with its design. One thing we wanted to highlight before getting deeper into the details of the project is how the overall development pattern in this area has evolved over time. Many of the surrounding communities were designed using a more traditional suburban layout, where homes are spread more consistently across the site. What really sets Everlands West apart is the way the community has been designed around the existing land and natural systems, rather than forcing the land to conform to a rigid layout. By clustering home sites in appropriate areas, the plan is able to preserve large wetland systems, maintain meaningful open space, and incorporate native habitat trails and connections throughout the community, keeping a low density. The result is a community that feels more connected to the environment, while also preserving the natural character of this part of Palm Bay. Both the existing and proposed future land use designations allow for significantly higher residential densities than what is being proposed with this community. Even with the flexibility, the project is being designed at a low overall density of just 1.96 dwelling units per acre. In addition, the plan preserves over 310 acres of wetlands and conservation areas, helping maintain the natural character of the site and the western edge of Palm Bay. Throughout the planning process, the team has worked closely with city staff and consultants regarding police service, fire protection, utility capacity, and traffic considerations to ensure the project is planned responsibly and supported by the necessary infrastructure. Overall, this project is intended to not only provide housing and community amenities, but also deliver meaningful public benefits through preservation, infrastructure investment, and long-term contributions to the city. Lastly, before getting to more specifics about the project, we wanted to take a moment to remind the board that the overall Palm Vista Everlands community was previously approved for up to 4,000 residential units, and this request is not seeking to increase that approved density. The proposed future land use amendment and rezoning maintain the existing development allowance for Everlands West. The primary purpose of these requests is to provide additional flexibility in the design and layout for the community, allowing the team to better cluster home sites and enhance amenities and open space, and preserve the site's existing wetlands and natural features. Overall, this approach allows the community to be designed more thoughtfully around the land itself, rather than forcing the land to conform to a conventional layout pattern. Diving into more of the specifics, this project consists of approximately 1,200 acres. We are proposing 2,360 residential homes, along with about 145,000 square feet of neighborhood-scale, non-residential uses and community amenities. The request includes a future land use amendment to neighborhood center and rezoning to planned development to allow for a cohesive master plan design. Currently, the site includes a mix of land use designations. We are proposing to unify this under the neighborhood center designation, which supports residential development complemented by neighborhoods serving commercial and civic uses. While the category allows higher densities, we are proposing just under 2 dwelling units per acre, well below the maximum of up to 25 dwelling units or 30 with a bonus, so the development remains low in intensity while providing flexibility for an innovative design with all the uses. This allows for a true transition of density and design within the natural area. The existing zoning is Brevard County Agricultural Residential, and we are proposing a planned unit development with the proposed preliminary development plan. The PUD allows us to design the community as a whole, integrating residential, open space, amenities, and non-residential uses in a coordinated and intentional way that responds to the site's natural features. Again, we are maxed at 2,360 residential homes, 1.96 dwelling units per acre, well below what could be allowed with the land use. By having this lower density, it truly represents a reduction in impacts to the city with the levels of service that would be required if we applied for higher dwelling unit densities. This slide highlights the key factors considered for approval, and as we move through the presentation, we'll show how the project supports economic growth, maintains levels of service, preserves natural systems, and remains consistent with the comprehensive plan, all while being compatible with surrounding development and the character of the area. Before getting into the design, it's helpful to understand the history of this project. This site has been part of a long-term vision dating back to 2004, when it was first approved for the 1,700-acre mixed-use community. Since then, Lennar has worked closely with the city to bring forward multiple phases of development, along with major infrastructure improvements. Everlands West represents the final phase of that vision, building on over 2 decades of planning, investment, and collaboration with the city of Palm Bay. The first phase of the design began in 2010 with the construction of St. John's Heritage Parkway, which led to the connection with Emerson Drive and Pace Drive. This was a huge advantage for the city to have another major corridor connection between 192 and Malabar Road. In 2017, Palm Bay's City Council approved the overall Everlands community to have a maximum of 4,000 residences. The site plan came in for the first community, Edgewood, and the development was underway. Between 2022 to 2024, Timbers and Riverwood were approved and constructed, bringing roughly 1,640 new residents to the area. Of the overall 4,000 homes approved, this already accounted for 41%. And that leads us to today, where Lennar has been working closely with staff to bring the final portion of this approved community to fruition with the final phase of Everlands West. To date, Lennar has made significant investments in infrastructure that benefit both the project and the surrounding area. This includes roadway right-of-way dedications, miles of water and sewer infrastructure, and improvements that support emergency services and overall system capacity. These efforts also contribute to expanding the city's tax base and supporting long-term growth. And so as you can see on the screen, here are some of the specific benefits to date. You have 60 acres of right-of-way dedication and implementation, 3.5 miles of water line, 3.5 miles of force main, a combined total of over $7 million of infrastructure, fire protection for existing city residents and improved water quality, Florida Power and Light extension for the future Emerson signal, and finally, they added impact fees of Everlands East, bringing in about $24 million. And now the fun part with the design. This is the proposed site plan for Everlands West. The community is designed to be cohesive and connected with an emphasis on open space, walkability, and preservation. Residential areas are integrated with amenities, trails, and neighborhood-serving uses to create a well-balanced and livable environment. As mentioned earlier, we are respecting the edge transition with this design by having the lower density, again under 2 dwelling units per acre, while providing the different uses allowed in the land use designation. As you can see on this slide, more than 40% of the design is focused around the existing wetlands and preserve area, creating and maintaining important habitats while designing a community that's focused around the nature of the city. At the preliminary development stage, the roadway network and lot areas have been designed, but we'll be back for the final development with formal lot layouts and integration of amenity areas. These vignettes give an overall sense of the community design and character. As you can see, there's a strong emphasis on large open spaces, connected pedestrian pathways, and strategically placed amenities, all working together to create a cohesive and inviting place for both future and existing Palm Bay residents. This image gives another look at how the non-residential and civic spaces are integrated into the street network and pedestrian walkways, and how they support the overall community design. As the team continues to refine the plan, native landscape integration, especially along walkways and between different uses, will be a key focus. The The community is designed with a strong focus on lifestyle and connectivity. Key features include a central paseo amenity area, pool and gathering spaces, agricultural gardens, trail systems, and preserved wetlands. These elements create opportunities for both active and passive recreation while maintaining a strong connection to the natural landscape. Circulation throughout the community is designed to support both vehicles and pedestrians. There are multiple gathering spaces, trail connections, and overlooks that provide safe and accessible movement throughout the site, helping to connect neighbors, amenities, and natural areas in a seamless way. Here are some examples of those features, including outdoor gathering spaces and wetland overlooks, along with the built example from Timbers that highlights the fishing dock and passive recreation areas. A major component of the project is the preservation of those natural systems. Over 480 acres of wetlands and conservation areas will be preserved, including a large western conservation tract. In addition, more than 6 miles of trails will provide opportunities for recreation, education, and environmental appreciation. Here's an example of some of those markers and educational materials that could be provided along the trails or within those amenity areas. The project includes a mix of single-family and multifamily homes. The layout and architectural approach are consistent with surrounding Everland's neighborhoods, providing a variety of housing options while maintaining cohesive community character. Here are some examples of the different elevation options that may be provided for the new homeowners in the community, again staying consistent with the adjacent neighborhoods. The project also includes approximately 145,000 square feet of non-residential uses. These are intended to serve the surrounding community and may include retail, office, institutional, and civic uses, helping to reduce the need for residents to travel outside the area for daily needs, keeping trips internal to the area. In terms of public safety, In terms of public safety, the site is well served by existing police facilities within the city. The project will contribute impact fees that support a continued investment in these services, ensuring that service levels remain strong as the area grows. As shown on the screen, Everlands West is anticipated to provide over $1.2 million in impact fees for the existing police facilities. Fire protection is provided by multiple nearby stations with strong response times. There's also a future station planned closer to the site, which will further enhance coverage with a response time of 4 minutes or less. In addition, the project will contribute over $2 million in fire impact fees to support these services. I want to take a moment to walk through the utility capacity, as this information is directly supported by the city's utility department report. Based on their analysis, there is adequate water supply and system capacity to serve the project as well as the surrounding communities, and those findings are pulled directly from their modeling. It also is important to note that these models have always accounted for the full 4,000 residential homes within the Everlands community and demonstrate that the system performs at the 20-year planning horizon. Prior to the waterline extension constructed by Lennar, there were known fire flow limitations in this area. However, with the installation of approximately 3.5 miles of water infrastructure in 2022, both flow and capacity were significantly improved. As confirmed by the fire department, the system now provides sufficient water pressure and fire flow, and this level of service has been part of the planning and design for the community from the beginning. Again, just like the fire flow, the water analysis shows the system can adequately serve this project at the 20-year planning horizon. And just like the others, the final checkbox from the utilities, the wastewater analysis shows the system can adequately serve the project at the 20-year planning horizon as well. School concurrency has also been reviewed, and the surrounding schools have available capacity to serve the projected students generated by the development. There is capacity at Heritage High School, Central Middle School, and multiple of the elementary schools. A traffic impact analysis has been provided, along with the signal warrant studies at key intersections showing its compliance. The project will contribute significant transportation impact fees, over $15 million, and is anticipated to exceed that through additional roadway improvement contributions. As shown on the screen, Lennar has consistently been a strong partner with the city, contributing over $6 million for the Everlands East communities and more than $9 million toward other projects within Palm Bay. It is anticipated that Everlands West will contribute an additional $15 million following final construction. This project represents a strong financial benefit to the city. As shown on the screen, Lennar's existing projects within Palm Bay have already contributed over $23.8 million in impact fees. With Everlands West, it's projected that an additional $36.4 million will be generated, supporting essential services including fire, parks, police, transportation, and water and wastewater infrastructure. As shown earlier, Lennar helped fund the improvements and installation of St. John's Heritage Parkway, Emerson Drive, and Pace Drive connections, along with over 7 miles of utility mains and the extension of FPL to Emerson Drive for future signals. In terms of tax revenue, Everlands West is projected to generate approximately $11.5 million annually for Brevard County at full build-out, with about $4 million of that going to the city. For context, the existing Lennar communities, Edgewood, Timbers, Riverwood, and Tillman, are currently generating about $9.5 million annually for the county and about $3.5 million for the city. Again, this project is consistent with the comprehensive plan, compatible with the surrounding development, and represents the final phase of a long-standing community vision. It provides meaningful public benefits, including infrastructure improvements, environmental preservation, and economic contribution to the city. After continued coordination and conversations with staff and the various city departments, Lennar has agreed to provide additional public benefits associated with the project. Specifically related to police services, Lennar has agreed to provide a full upfront proportionate share payment for the overall project following approval of the final development plan for Phase 1, totaling approximately $56,000. In addition, police impact fees will continue to be paid with each individual phase, with the upfront contribution tied to the final development plan approval process. At this time, Phase 1 is anticipated to move forward in fall of 2026, with Phase 2 expected in spring of 2027. Similarly, another further coordination with the fire department and city staff, Lennar has also agreed to additional contributions toward the protection services for the project and surrounding area. Upon approval of the final development plan for Phase 1, Lennar will provide the full project proportionate share contribution, including approximately $1.75 million toward a new quint truck anticipated by the city in 2026. In addition, fire impact fees will continue to be paid with each individual phase, with the upfront contribution structure tied to the FDP approval process. Regarding transportation improvements, the traffic impact fee payment required for the project's proportionate share mitigation will also be paid in full for each individual phase upon approval of the corresponding final development plan. And again, Phase 1 in the fall of 2026, with Phase 2 expected in spring of 2027. There's also been great discussion with the city regarding opportunities for additional public art contributions and community enhancements. As part of those conversations, Lennar has voluntarily agreed to provide a $35,000 donation upon approval of the final development plan for Phase 1. As shown on the screen, there's been ongoing discussion surrounding the potential George Washington Monument, and Lennar is excited to help support and contribute toward bringing that vision to life for the community. And finally, another additional public benefit Lennar is proposing to bring to the city of Palm Bay is the design and construction of the proposed pickleball court complex at Fred Pope Regional Park. This improvement is anticipated to tie into impact fee credits associated with Phase 1 of the approved final development plan, and the team will continue coordinating with the city prior to the second reading to further define the full scope and details on the project. As you can see throughout the presentation, Lennar has continued to make a proactive approach in coordinating with city staff and the various departments to ensure this community provides meaningful long-term benefits to Palm Bay. From major infrastructure investments and utility improvements to continuous supporting police, fire, transportation, public art, and recreational amenities, this project represents a significant investment not only within the community itself, but the city as a whole. Overall, Everlands West is intended to be a well-planned community that balances growth with preservation while continuing Lennar's long-standing partnership with the city of Palm Bay. We appreciate this continued coordination, and following the approval of this first City Council reading, staff will have the required 10-day review period to transmit the application materials to the state for review. Following the completion of that project, The project is anticipated to return for the second reading before City Council sometime in July. And then from there, the team will bring forward the Phase 1 final development plan and developer agreement to the Planning and Zoning Board in November, followed by 2 City Council readings expected in December and January of 2027. So throughout each phase of the process, Lennar will continue coordinating closely with staff and the city to ensure the project moves forward in alignment with the commitments and public benefits discussed this evening. So with that, we want to thank you for your time, and I'd like to invite Greg Pettibon to say a few words.
Good evening, council. Thank you for the
Mr.
opportunity.
Pettibon, you could raise that lectern up. You're pretty tall, sir.
I was going to throw my back out, lean in forward.
sir.
Thank you. Council, thank you all very much for the opportunity to come and present our project. Thank you for the opportunity to get feedback from yourself, as well as, just genuinely like to recognize your staff. They did a phenomenal job. I wanted to close with the next slide, and I'm hoping I'm doing this correct. One of the things that often occurs with any type of a presentation, there's a lot of attractive, pretty pictures and renderings that are put forward. One of the things that I think is important to do is not just show what we're intending to do, but actually prove it. So across the street, in an earlier phase of the project, I wanted to show real photographs of the type of quality, what we're looking to bring into this community, what we're looking to do as part of being a partner with the city, not just to show attractive renderings, but to show reality. Also in terms of talking about, benefit, expenditure, investments in the community and infrastructure, but to actually, again, put real numbers on it, right? So as at different stages in the approvals process in my last 7 years of coming into Palm Bay, one of the things that, earlier on, one of the real challenges that the city was facing was water and sewer. And years later, you guys are working through that. The end is in sight. And we got involved, we teamed up, and we installed a significant amount of water and sewer to bring both systems, up to service both our sites and that northwest corner of the community, about $7 million in investments. Alternatively, on a different community that we're working on, similar situation there, water and sewer capacity. We're currently underway with about $12 million of offsite water and sewer. Again, I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. I know it sounds like a cliche. We're trying to put our money where our mouth is and offset the impacts of growth and do things that are the correct way to handle growth. So we do understand the challenges, and I just wanted to close with real photographs and real numbers that again, each one of you, are very, very genuine people in the political world. I've watched you all for 7 years. A few of you I've just had some relatively recent brief opportunities to speak with. I haven't yet to have an opportunity to speak with one gentleman, but everything I've ever seen you guys come up here, you're compelled by, your vision, you're compelled by community service, you're compelled by, a calling of God. So I generally wanted to take an opportunity, thank you all for your time, and then also just to close with a notion that we're not just asking for something, we're ready to show up and contribute and start building. So thank you all.
Thank you. Any questions, council, so far? Councilman Johnson?
Well, it's more of a question for Mr. Morton and staff. So first off, I loved a lot of what I saw in regards to what they're looking to bring to the city and doing things in the forefront. But my question to staff was that more on the developer bringing that, or was that more so to a staff really just answering the call of council of addressing the concerns and needs of the city?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. Mr. Morton?
Obviously, I think the framework is staff answering the call of council, and what we were asked to start doing in terms of the Comic-Con and setting accountability and bringing resources to the table. I will say that at every opportunity that we invited Lennar to the table, to have these conversations, that they came prepared, in earnest, and willing to work through these issues with us professionally and willingly to deliver what they thought they could. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, sir, thank you.
That's it. Councilman Hammer?
Yes, sir, I will address you, because I was the person that didn't have a conversation with you. I did have a lot of questions, and a lot of my questions I did ask our city manager to answer me. A few of the things I want to discuss. I absolutely love what you're bringing to the table. When I did get elected, and I told the other gentleman, when a development comes in, they need to be bringing and they need to pay their share of the burden on our city. And you have done that above and beyond, I believe. My only question with this is, maybe it's for you, maybe it's for the city manager, is I saw that it's starting in fall of '26. That means that all the construction, all the vehicles for Phase 1 is going to be on St. John's Heritage Parkway when there's no turn lane at Emerson and it's still 2 lanes. Is this going to, is the money that's coming in for Phase 1 going to be enough to even cover the construction for
If I may, and
the
then again,
lanes?
I think there's 2 parts to that. There's, again, not to jump in front of Mr. Morton's response as well. Some of those components I would invite my traffic engineer to speak to, but I would put forward that you know, the size of the project, we're probably looking at a 10 to 12-year build-out. It's a sizable project, so again, we'd be doing it in phases. We've been working on a much smaller portion of the project, about 40% of it, and we'll still be building there for another 2 years. And we're approximately 6 years into that construction build-out, so it won't be all at once by any stretch. I mean, we'd love to sell that many homes so easily, but we're clearly not going to do that. And the market has no capacity to absorb that. But, you know, so we do have several earlier phases. They're relatively small. You know, the infrastructure build-out, the physical build of the project will be limiting at first. And then also just the market absorption. We're not in the greatest of markets currently for housing.
Yeah.
I think we see a rosier future ahead. But, you know, again, it is a struggle, so I don't think we're going to see all that by any stretch in any immediate time frame. The specific questions you asked, sir, about the roadway, I might defer to my traffic engineer and also give staff an opportunity to more technically and properly answer.
Yeah, so my main concern is even the construction vehicles, if you've driven down St. John's Heritage Parkway, it's 30 minutes to get 2 miles.
Absolutely. And that,
So I would love to see all this when we have 4 lanes. If there's anything we can do to get those 4 lanes pushed forward and then give the approval, I would be for that. But I'm really concerned on putting more vehicles on that road before we've even solidified construction.
And that problem is also our problem as well. You know, it's a limiting factor for our ability to you know, to exercise our business. You know, and it's a very common issue that I see. Currently, the division that I'm with at Lennar, we work from Palm Beach County up to Daytona Beach, and in every community there is genuine issues relative to traffic. There are infrastructure utility issues. There's a real gap, and that's why. You know, both as we volunteered, but also as we've been asked to perform, we've just learned as part of our business, we have to conduct business in a very forthright way to offset these impacts. I would suggest, and again, we've had the conversations. You know, we have the same concerns with the Parkway and the intersections there with Emerson and Pace. You know, we're eager to engage with staff, and like I said, with either upfront payments or some other means. So, but I might let staff and also my traffic consultants better answer.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Morton?
So essentially, to answer your question, Councilman Hammer, as you heard earlier, we're in 90% design currently for St. John's Heritage Parkway. So I don't have a final construction estimate, official or engineer's estimate, although the estimates that we have put us approximately $3 million short for construction. That was a subject of the discussion and negotiation with staff, that the proportional fair share mitigation and the traffic impact fees for Phase 1 expected fall 2026, Phase 2 expected spring 2027, will contribute at the current rate of $54.41 per dwelling unit plus the proportional fair share, about 2.7 million, which we're again anticipating, I don't have final numbers, is that gap, funding gap that we're currently seeing to complete that roughly, I believe it's a 3-mile stretch of the St. John's Heritage Parkway from Malabar to the county line to the 4-lane design.
So am I hearing, even with their help, we're short?
Yeah, I can't answer that entirely. We are a lot closer and maybe enough, but until we bid the project and I get responses, I cannot tell you that we have enough. We will be $2.7 million closer, but I don't know if that will be sufficient, short, over. I can't give you the exact number tonight.
Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions? Deputy Mayor's speaker cards.
Kristen Lanzana.
Good evening again. Kristen Lanzana, resident of Northwest Palm Bay. I'm here to ask that the growth in our city be approached responsibly and with respect to the residents and natural systems already here. I do understand that there's been some accommodations, and I'm thankful for that. The first concern I'd like to address is the stormwater and drainage concurrency. This proposed development is located near the Three Forks Marsh, a sensitive low-lying lands. Many residents in the west side already understand what flooding looks like firsthand. Let's not forget last October when my neighborhood on Emerson was under nearly 2 feet of water. Now, we're considering developing 1,200 acres with over 300 acres of wetlands when natural lands that historically absorb and disperse rainfall are replaced with rooftops, roads, and elevated pads. The water doesn't just disappear, it moves. That question is, where does it go and who pays the price? My second concern is environmental compatibility. According to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, Palm Bay sits within one of Florida's most valuable natural resource systems, the Upper St. Johns River Basin. Our wetlands are not empty land waiting to be filled. They store water, filter pollutants, support wildlife, and help define the natural identity of our community. Once those systems are fragmented, they are difficult, if not impossible, to restore. Impact fees and mitigation may be part of the official process, but they don't erase the real-world impacts that residents experience or fully replace the natural systems that are being lost. As a whole, our city's major concern seems to be transportation. Residents across Palm Bay consistently raise traffic as one of the city's biggest quality of life issues. If roads are already strained, then adding hundreds of homes should require serious scrutiny. And I do understand that there are constraints from the state level, and that needs to be addressed as well, because existing failure should not become justification for future failure. And while we're on the topic of level of service, I'd like to speak, I think I can speak for many residents when I say that the level of service D ranking for our roads is not acceptable when considering additional development. I'd love to see our comprehensive plan updated to address that. The traffic study itself acknowledges that the added demand on the Parkway, Emerson, and Malabar, while recommending major widening and intersection improvements as have been discussed. My question is simple. Are those improvements funded, scheduled, and guaranteed on a timeline that matches the growth being approved? If approval comes now while funding and constraints remain uncertain, then congestion arrives immediately while relief remains hypothetical. I ask council tonight to look carefully at whether this proposal truly meets the long-term interests of Palm Bay, not just whether it can fit within the minimum standards and thresholds set forth. Growth is not only about how many new rooftops are added, it's about whether current residents feel safe, supported, and confident building their future in Palm Bay. When longtime residents begin questioning whether they should stay, that is valuable feedback that deserves attention. And while we're on the topic real quick, I also want to add these new parks, roadways, or walking paths and pools are only for the new residents of these communities. They're not open to the general public. Thank you.
Ann Waith.
Hi, I'm Stephen Haugen, 1247 Tripoli Road,
But,
Southeast.
sir, you weren't called, did you?
Oh, I'm
call?
sorry.
I called Ann.
Okay, okay. But it's all right, sir, just stand fast, we'll get you, we'll get you.
Okay. Good evening, and where's 374 Church Circle, Palm Bay, Florida? Well, obviously. I don't know where to begin. I second what that lady just said. I need you guys to take into consideration what that gentleman was saying. We have to suffer through that construction and hope that the 2-point-something million dollars shows up to accomplish the 4-lane. That traffic light put right there should be an indication that that's not going to work. Not one that they put there the other day that backed up traffic for 2 hours. We have to consider the residents here, not just the money that's going to be gained from this. I wanted to read something here, which I just lost. Oh, here we go. Hold on one second, I just lost it. Okay. The burden of capacity. If the city is already struggling, you might look at verses that condemn leaders for adding heavy loads to people who are already suffering. Matthew 23:4. They tie up heavy, cumbersome loads and put them on other people's shoulders, but they themselves are not willing to lift a finger to move them. Galatians 6:2. While usually about support, this verse reminds us that we are called to bear one another's burden, not add to them when they're already at their limit. Overcrowding and space. The prophet Isaiah spoke specifically about the problem of developers buying up all the land and leaving no room for the people to breathe or live in peace. Isaiah 5:8. Woe to you who add houses to houses and join field to field, till no space is left and you live alone in the land. And I've heard a lot of verses and pastors and everybody up here. Well, I would like you to consider before you vote what is important. And remember your residents, the ones that are actually here, not the ones to come. Yes, we have to think of the future and we have to grow. I get all of that, but you have to consider us as well. Not sending us out to other cities, but remembering that we help to build where you are now. So please consider that.
Jaredin.
My name is Jaredin Farr. I'm a minor, so
So you're not giving your address?
No.
It's all right.
I think something that we should focus on is that Malabar and Babcock widenings have currently been looked at, and the estimate was around $30 million a mile. Widening St. John's Heritage, yes, that helps. We have a $3.7 million funding shortfall. The city, not really putting blame on anybody, has been known for overruns. So 3.7 million could easily turn into 10 million or more. And if we're widening St. John's Heritage, Malabar being our main connector, east and west, not being widened is also a pretty big problem. I think something we should focus on is the keyword impact. If I was moving into your home and you had to build an ADU for me, and you had to spend, let's say, $10,000 on getting me a kitchen, water, utilities, and I paid for that, I'm not really adding something to you. I'm paying for the impact that I caused. Calling that an investment, I feel like is a little bit, I don't know. Centerpoint Church, we kind of brought them through the ringer with all those homes. And if we are considering that a struggle, I would definitely be worried about this new product. All the jobs that they've currently said they were creating are short-term jobs. They haven't gave us an exact idea of what the commercial would look like and stuff like that. I want to stand on what she said. If I have a jug and it's already at capacity and I want to phase and put in more, I'm overfilling the cup. I'm not, just because it's phased doesn't mean I'm not already overreaching the capacity it has. And they keep expressing the natural feel in the paths. A home isn't a natural feel. There's no way for a home to really show a wetland. It's either a wetland or a home. There's no in between. And I want to add to the point that if I were building a hotel and I was saying, hey, there's going to be a jacuzzi in it. This is going to be so great for the city. There's going to be a jacuzzi. But it's only going to be allowed for people who are in my hotel, then really what impact does that matter for the city? If those trails are only for the residents of that new community, it doesn't provide the city any benefits besides destroying the wetland that was once there. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Amelia? Come on, Amelia.
You could bring that down, the lectern. Yeah, there's a button where it says height.
Thank you.
That's good.
My name's Amelia, and I'm a minor.
She wants me to read it. Is that okay?
Sure.
All right.
Just state your name, ma'am.
Elisa Johnson. She wants to say to try to make less buildings and roads for more nature. If we uproot any trees, that we should be planting 2 trees. That we should have animal shelters if we're going to take away their homes so that they have a second chance and don't have to be put down. She wants to talk about Micah 6:8. He has told you, O man, what is good, and what does the Lord require of you, but to do justice and to love kindness and to walk humbly with your God. Please don't keep putting just big houses and make houses that big families can live in and be a real community and give people backyards.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Stephen Hagen.
You can bring it up, sir. The height. Thank you.
Didn't know it was that tall.
Thank you.
Okay, Stephen Haugen, 1247 Tripoli Road in Southeast. It looks like a beautiful community. I just have a few questions and some concerns. For one, just like the young man said, public access. Will there be public access to any of these amenities, trails, anything like that? I know that in Colorado, there are multi-million-dollar houses in communities, but they are required to let a certain number of public rods access the stream going through their community by state law. I don't know if Palm Bay, I think Palm Bay should have something like that in order to provide access to some of these. I'm not saying everybody, overrun this new amenities by everybody running in there, but say, hey, you got to have allow 12 people to hike on it or something, a certain limit per day, something along those lines. The St. John's Heritage Parkway was designed as a new north-south route in Brevard County because all the other ones were so jammed. US 1 has been jammed for years. Babcock has been jammed for years. Now St. John's Heritage Parkway was put in, and now we put so many developments on it already that we're already, it's already jammed. So unless we're going to put another one, which I don't think there's room before you get to the actual St. John's, we're kind of running out of space. And if we have another year like 2004, I'm sure some of you guys were around here when we had all those hurricanes come through here, and it became essential that you have an evacuation route that's clear, that you don't have to sit for hours and hours and hours. So I just want to think about that if people are evacuating the area, we have to have those north-south routes open somehow. And so we have to think very carefully about how many more houses we're going to put on these routes and in areas that are going to have to evacuate using them. And then just another question of, is some of that commercial going to be, I saw that there's going to be a mural with George Washington or something like that they were going to support. Will there be any kind of cultural type of things in that commercial realm there? Any type of museums, something like that, to bring any kind of cultural advantage as well? That's all I had.
Thank you.
Robert Stice.
Robert Stice, 1796, Windbrook Drive. I'm looking at this, and I can see that we're all swimming uphill on this one. They've gotten everything, everything on here is listed except the free lotto tickets. I mean, when you look at this, we can make 4,000 units up there, but we're only going to make, 2,360 homes, 1,198 acres, pickleball courts, taxes, 3.5 million a year, phase 1 and 2, spring 26 and 27. And this looks great on paper, but I mean, listen to the folks. When I talk to Mike McCabe, who's, cement is not a real good mover of water, I'm just looking at this gigantic project, and you have a 10 to 12 year build out. I've been coming up here for 6 years, and I'm talking about my new words that I have is suburban gridlock. Where do we stop on this? Is that we have to have every development and completely fill up Palm Bay with all the development that we have in suburban gridlock? I mean, I don't know about you, but most people are heading down, to try to bypass areas to get to I-95. This is insane. We've all been stuck in traffic. So is this going to be the great moment that we have all of these houses built and people are going to be dealing with a two-lane highway with all the gridlock and cars for 10, 12 years? Why to live in Palm Bay? I mean, that doesn't tell me it's the greatest city on the face of the earth. You struggle if you're around there trying to work. So I just pray to God this doesn't turn into a giant boondoggle. I really, really do. I see the funds that the city be making on impact fees. My God, I'd like to know what I didn't hear on it. What's the average size of the houses? Are they like Stonebriar, that they're 1,600 to 1,800 square feet, packing more people on top of one another? Everything's going to be fine. Everything's going to be great. I've never seen a perfect development before. Have you? Have we given this our due diligence on this? Staff said this meets everything. Everything is great on here. Let's go. It's not that easy. I mean, I'm not seeing what I'm looking at, and maybe these guys and staff has done it, but this is a huge impact. What's next? I really know while you're going through your terms, what's your goal? How many developments do you want to put up? How is it going to affect the young lady was talking about your current residents? How's it going to affect them? And when does it stop? Thank you.
Any other?
That includes the written cards I have, Mayor, if you want to.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Did you speak, Master Chief?
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. Last couple of meetings I've been attending, there's been a whole lot of level of service standards that we're trying to look at. One of the things that's in level of service standards was parks. For every 1,000 residents, there's supposed to be 4 acres of park space available, right? Well, just by my quick calculation, I did 3 residents per household. That would be 6,900, so rounding up, let's just say 700. That would be 24 acres of parks that has to be provided. I didn't see that. I saw a walkway around the floodplain that has to be protected, but that's not a park. That's what we're saying to make you feel good, right? If we don't try to do something that actually says we're building a park, then all we're doing is giving the builders an easy out, because if say, I'm going to plan the pickleball court at Fred Poppy Park that's already paid, that land is already there. It's not a new park, it's already there. I appreciate them stepping up and saying, we'll help plan your pickleball court, but you didn't give me 24 acres of your development for a park. That being said, they have done a lot for the city. I agree with it, but trying to help us meet level of service. But on the other side of this whole thing that scares me to death more than them failing is Senate Bill 180. Not that I'm in favor of what they're doing, I'm just scared to death of Senate Bill 180 of what they could do. So I don't want to see it, but if it is going to happen, at least give me my 24 acres of new parks, because that'll at least be some acreage that was saved within the city of Palm Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Step right up, sir. Please give your name and address.
Steve Belts, 1235 Kyler Drive. I'm a resident of St. John's Preserve, and as I'm sure you already know, you've talked about the rush hour traffic situation on the northwest part of Palm Bay is terrible. And by my count, there are already an additional 1,200 new homes that are being built and added to that area. And the strain on the 2-lane portions of St. John's and Malabar Road, on the west side of Malabar Road, is already kind of out of control. And even the applicant's traffic analysis agrees that the northwest Palm Bay roads are deficient, and the segments require a four-lane widening to resolve that. It's in their traffic analysis, but I know your hands are tied to some extent on what you could do as far as financially obligating a new development for existing level of service failures. But you can't be forced to approve things regardless of traffic impacts on when level of service is deficient. So what I'm asking the council tonight is, before it greenlights this, and maybe they approve the comprehensive change, which looks great, but you don't approve the PUD as is, without tying it to 4-lane widening of St. John's and also Malabar Road. And also St. John's really needs all the way to over the bridge and all the way to the 4-lane. So anyway, so I would ask you to either on this motion or the next thing to either postpone or deny the approval until the widening occurs on both of those, or at least you could phase it in to know exactly when that's approved to be done before you add construction vehicles on the residential parts, the big load, the residential parts. So either, deny it, postpone it, or add a rider where they can't do the big residential add-on until those 4 lanings are done, or it could be timed to happen after that, because the construction vehicles and all the traffic is just going to make it, for emergency vehicles and for residents, it's going to be unusable if that load comes and the 4 laning is not done before it hits. So thank you for your time. If anybody has any questions, I'd be glad to answer those.
Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Yes, sir. Come on up. State your name.
Joe Rand, I'm a minor. No, 219 Trenton Avenue.
Yeah. Okay.
one thing I asked you guys to remember, I recall seeing a picture up there, they're gonna be 10 feet apart. Okay? Remember the Mother's Day fires. If a fire starts down there, 10 feet apart, it's not gonna take long before it's next door, and then it's next door again. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, Mr. Pettibone or the attorney, who wishes to rebut some of those concerns from the residents?
I would ask that my engineer and project lead, Anna Saunders, lead the rebuttal.
Okay.
She's been taking good notes, and I'll stand ready to speak to anything.
Thank you. All right, sir. Anna, you know how to bring that. Thank you.
Actually, I've never done it.
Yeah, the height, yes, ma'am.
Always been afraid to touch the button. I thought that was this. It's the alarm outside. Hi, Anna Saunders with BSE Consultants. Try to take good notes. I'm not nervous. I'm just really cold. So if you just give me a second for my
Do you like my
voice
jacket?
tone, I would almost take it.
Yeah,
I'll be okay. No,
serious?
I'll be okay. I just want to remind everybody that this project, as we mentioned early on, one, I want to say, I appreciate all the comments. We thank the residents coming out. This project has been a long time in the making. We hear the concerns. We understand them. We have communities directly across the street. So the concerns that are being raised, we are well aware of them. We certainly don't want to do anything to exacerbate them. One thing I would like to remind everybody is that Palm Vista Everlands has been on the books, so to speak, for decades. Part of the utility improvements that were constructed they will help this project. There's no secret there. It's part of the city's 20-year plan. The city has known that this project's on the books for decades. That's why it was part of that modeling effort that was done with the utility department. But it did correct some deficiencies that the city had in that area before this project came through, before St. John's Parkway was built, before Emerson and Pace were extended. Before those construction projects occurred, those water lines ended on the east side of the Melbourne-Tillman Canal. The water lines in that area were, at the time, they functioned fine when they were first put in. But as development continued to come from your eastern side and pressures and strain on the system occurred, you did not have adequate water quality. You did not have fire protection in that area that met today's standards. And so part of our project was to interconnect those systems so that, yes, our projects also have the benefit of meeting today's criteria, but we also brought that benefit to the residents that were on the east side of that canal and that entire area along Pace and Emerson. So that I take a little exception that we're doing things that are just self-serving. That has not been the character of not only this developer, as you've seen them work in other areas of the city, but certainly not with this project as a whole either. Let me see. The stormwater, and sorry, I'm trying to read my own notes here. The stormwater, there's some questions about wetlands and what we're doing there. There is one large wetland along the western boundary of the project. It's about 310 acres. There are additional wetlands throughout the site. In total, we're going to be preserving 484 wetlands in totality. That's 40% of the site. In addition to that, there's another 120, round numbers, I think it's 122 acres of open and green space that are being preserved and or provided, whether it's active, passive recreation, green spaces on the corner, things along those lines. So that the development pie chart that you had seen earlier showed a 40% wetland preservation number. That's correct, and 50% development. I just want you to understand, in that 50% development pie, there's actually 10% of that is green space as well. There's comments about the parks and wanting 24 acres of parks. We understand that. In speaking with city staff, it was determined that the city has a need at Fred Poppy Park. You do have a large central location, and you guys want that to be utilized, right? It's underutilized in certain areas and aspects. And the pickleball court complex was what your staff has presented as being an identified need right now. Lennar's really good at building things like that. We've built courts like that in the past, and as far as the design and kind of the coordination effort with staff, that's the phase of the project that it's in right now. And we're happy to partner with the city to provide that benefit to a park that's known, it's got, other utilities or services, baseball fields, soccer fields, all those types of things. And so we think that that is a really good use of having a centralized park location for you. Traffic, Commissioner Hammer, or Councilmember Hammer, you'd mentioned the traffic concerns during construction and how are we going to get construction vehicles on and off the road safely. I think that that's something, I've got some ideas about that. That's certainly something I think we could detail further in a final development plan phase, which would, if we're so fortunate to move forward this evening and then come back in July and get another approval, that final development plan is a more detailed plan layout with specific criteria associated with it, more, not quite construction plan level, but more than what you're seeing this evening that could identify that. And that's certainly something that we can address. We have 4 points of access shown on the plan right now. Castleberry to the north, Emerson as you come south, Everlands, which is the main entrance drive at the Timbers community on the east side, and then Pace Road, or Pace Drive, I'm sorry. So there are already key points that traffic naturally knows to go to just by route memory, right? Everybody's been using them. And we have access drives off of that specifically at Pace. We also have previously negotiated a driveway access with Melbourne Tillman for access along the Northern Canal to use that as a construction route. We abandoned that idea about a year or so ago because we were working through this process with this city, but we're certainly happy to have that conversation with them again. If we need to, build a rock bypass road to get construction traffic off the road so that we're not impacting the day-to-day commuters, I think that's something we could absolutely work out through the course of that final development plan and criteria. And then for fire concerns, I'm sorry, Greg. I was going to say, and for fire concerns, the Mother's Day fire is something that I remember very well. My family was impacted by that. Part of the reason that your city utility department asked Lennar to make that major interconnection of those 16-inch water lines and the 16-inch fire main was to try and reduce that happening again in this section of the city because it was not adequate fire protection by today's standards. And so we did that. And when we installed that 16-inch water main, we took it from just north of Malabar Road, brought it all the way up to Emerson and interconnected at Emerson when we were just building the initial phase at Edgewood, which was at Pace. And so we did go above and beyond. We did that work early, sooner than we personally needed it for our own project for the benefit of the city. And I hope that that is recognized, and I believe that it is. Greg, I feel you over my shoulder.
I was going to, Greg Pettibone with Lennar Homes. One of the things I'd like to just kind of put forward, and in truth, this evening had a first for me. I've done a lot of this in my career, but I've never had the opportunity to field questions that were put forward by they call minors children, right? And again, that's important, right? Those comments from both of you are appreciated. Also, the comments from the community are appreciated. These comments, as I mentioned earlier, these problems that are occurring collectively are the same problems that we're seeing everywhere and that we're trying to proactively engage with. Our level of engagement on this project, both from a traffic perspective, offsetting of parks and rec and impact, concurrency, the offer to, not necessarily the offer, but the acceptance of the ask to, $1.7 million to $2 million fire truck. Those are pretty extreme things that most developers and builders generally try to shy away from, or they secure an attorney and they argue legal rights. We're trying to be the project that earns the votes, not just has the past resolution and the vesting of the units, but we're trying to be a project that comes in and raises the bar with our efforts in development. So it is hard to. I don't have a good retort to a comment about Bible verse, but I do know that I get excited every day building homes, and I do know that I get excited when I see people driving into their new home. When we close a home, when a family gets into a home, everybody gets their piece of the American dream, and that excites me every day. I get versus the standard development where it's just scrunched in, packed in sardine homes. Have I built them? Yeah, Absolutely. And do they have certain places and areas where that's what's required? Yeah, and in more of an urban area, other things like that, density is interesting. Here, the density is impressive. This is the lowest density neighborhood I've ever worked on, of 1.9 units per acre. Having an enormous amount of both contiguous wetlands, which is very impactful. The young lady mentioned about, bifurcating the wetlands and the environmental perspective. Having such a large wetland and then supplementing that with 483 total acres. Again, she's not wrong. Wetlands are valuable for water attenuation, water quality. We mentioned about Melbourne Tillman. We're very engaged with Melbourne Tillman. We're very engaged with St. John's on their water quality. And often an overlooked component is we actually made a sizable land donation to Melbourne Tillman in the extreme southeast of the property at the very onset of the project, I want to say 15, 20 years ago. I don't want to say it's something to the tune of about 40 acres. So we did provide that land, and we are trying to, more than I've ever seen and been able to participate in, trying to genuinely partner. We put forward a lot of opportunities and offers on how we could partner with the city, and we remain engaged with that on offsetting traffic. We had some pretty creative ideas, and at the end of the day, we were asked for, hey, we actually need the money. We generally need the money to make this happen. We offered other options. Again, those are still available, and again, we would commit to maintaining a good cooperative partnership. So thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thank you all
Thank
for
you.
everybody for your comments as well.
Thank you. Council, any questions of the applicant at this time? None? Okay. Any questions of staff at this time? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion to deny ordinance 2026-10.
Second.
I got a motion to deny, and it's seconded by Councilman Hammer. Councilman Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to bring to your recollection, a while ago, there was a project that I felt was a great project, and you gave a different opinion, and we voted it down, and then they came back a year later and they brought something even better on the southeastern portion. It was Jeremy Gorowitz. His grandmother had passed away, and do you recall what project I'm talking about? I know we've approved and denied a lot, so. But it was a while ago, and while I see this as a good project, I feel the future land use, I would have liked to have seen something more along the lines of urban mixed use or something along that area. But I don't think neighborhood center is the use for this area right now. Therefore, I will be voting against it.
Councilman Hammer?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to saying thank you. It's everything that I could have asked for, just the timing's off. I would even be willing to possibly table this to come up with a better idea, a better foot forward, because my downfall is St. John's Heritage Parkway. And it's not what your community is going to do to St. John's Heritage Parkway. It's what St. John's Heritage Parkway is already doing to St. John's Heritage Parkway. And we're going to add to that. So, I love everything that you bring to the table. When I got elected, this is exactly what I wanted to see. Police, fire, infrastructure. Thank God you guys put 6 lift stations in there to where you don't have to burden the lift stations we have through the city. You have a lot of conservation area, which I love. The 1.9 per acre is exactly what I love seeing. I absolutely love this, I just hate the timing. If you can bring this to me when we have a nice 4-lane St. John's Heritage Parkway and people aren't showing up at my house upset about St. John's Heritage Parkway, I am perfectly okay with this. I absolutely love everything about it, but I am not okay with approving even one more car on St. John's Heritage Parkway, even if it's you to drive to look at it. I can't, Yeah, I'm sorry.
Councilman Hammer, does that conclude your comments? Okay, Councilman Hammer, I just want to share some insight based on their discussion, right? What did they say? That's going to be phased in. That's the very first thing. Something that really you harped on, this is everything that you've asked for, right? I want us to go back and see that we gave staff collectively, this entire dais, everything that we have right in front of us. There's no doubt about anything, and then more. So when they're saying about phasing in, and I know that the public hearing's already closed, this is discussion with us. There's a motion to deny. Now, you mentioned a separate project, so and then Councilman Langevin weighing in, so I'll let you weigh in after my comments, because they shared some comments that I'm compelled to address. This very same property, Councilman Johnson, you approved, if you remember. And then in the final hearing, you heard what I was saying from my heart. Out of 1,200 acres, you're not giving me 30 acres of commercial? And it was because it was wetlands? This is a revamp of all of that. If you stop to look at the direction we gave staff, and here's my caution, gentlemen. My caution is, we asked staff to take this type of initiative, and this is the very first project that they bring to us working with a developer. What message would we be sending on the credibility of our staff and our direction? And that's my area of caution. Now, I understand there's a motion to deny, but this is part of the discussion. I wanted to highlight these two things, gentlemen, because we're given direction, and now it's like there's a mixed message, and I wanted to highlight that. Councilman Langevin wanted to weigh in.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Well, you nailed a lot of what I was going to say right on the head, but I'm going to reemphasize some of it. So I had a meeting with Mr. Pettibone, as he brought up, and it was a great meeting. And if there's any other builders and developers out there, I hope that you take the time to reach out to us. Many don't, and then we see some of the results of that. But when we're able to have these talks and have these conversations, we're able to have really good conversations. And for the record, a lot of people think, oh, you're meeting with a developer. It was at a Panera's. We had coffee. There was like 30 people around, and we talked about the military most of the time. But it allowed us to have a great conversation where we could say, this is what the city needs, and this is what we're expecting. And at the same time, he was able to show his product, and it was really amazing. I'm not a huge fan of building and growing. In fact, I've voted with you guys on multiple denials, and I understand the reasons for that. But I was never in favor of a building moratorium, and that kind of got mixed up in social media a little bit. We have to continue to build some, because it's a supply and demand issue with our economy. Housing prices are already through the roof. If you own a house in Palm Bay right now, if I own my house in Palm Bay right now, I'd probably come speak at the dais too. Be like, yeah, don't build any more houses, because then the housing price of my house is going to go up. But for the Floridian families that are coming out of college, and they want that young family who's just starting their career, wants to buy their first house. If you just stop building houses, the price of housing that's already ridiculously high right now is going to go even further up in the city of Palm Bay. And this is the city that those families usually choose to come start their life. Furthermore, we've given staff direction to go find more commercial, right? And so from what I understand, they're doing a good job of that. It's a process, but it sounds like we're going to be getting jobs in the city of Palm Bay. So where are those new employees going to live? So there has to be some semblance of housing being built. Now, we've been very good in this past year of making it clear that you're not just going to come run roughshod on Palm Bay, and you're not going to build super high density developments that we're not good with. But if we completely essentially just deny every single person that comes up here, then eventually what you're going to see is the price of houses is going to skyrocket, and it's not going to be good for our economy, and then those jobs aren't going to want to come in. So what I told Mr. Pettibone, what I'm looking for in a development is high quality product, which I believe this was an incredibly high quality product, low density. And then are you working with our staff to provide for the city of Palm Bay? And both of those criteria, in my opinion, were met at a level that I really wasn't even expecting. I think they went above and beyond. And so I'm going to have to be in favor tonight. Now, with that, we do have a responsibility as a city. What I did run on, and number one priority was infrastructure. And they are going to contribute to some of that. But we need to be looking, and that's something staff's going to have to double down on, is how are we going to address all of our infrastructure needs? I know that they are. I've had conversations with Mr. Morton about it, and they're moving forward on that. I think that they can do it, and I think that they're going to get the infrastructure moving in the right direction so that this 10 to 12-year build-out here and some of the build-outs in other parts of Palm Bay are going to work in conjunction with our infrastructure build-outs that they're working on. So that gives me the peace of mind to be in favor of this project tonight.
Thank you. Does that conclude your comment, sir? So right now, I have a motion to deny, not to approve. So, Council, Deputy Mayor, are you weighing in?
No, Mayor.
Okay. So, Councilman Johnson?
Yes, Mayor, we're talking about the infrastructure, and our staff has confirmed that we do not have the financial means to address the infrastructure. So I'm not saying, right now I'm saying no, but this no is more so, this isn't it right now. I'll urge you, I know Councilman Hammer has, and I'm sure you have, Mayor, I know you have, Mayor, and I'm sure Deputy Mayor Jaffe has, and Councilman Langevin, you may have, drive during peak hour. St. John's Heritage Parkway was supposed to be alleviating traffic. It wasn't St. John's Heritage Parkway doing what St. John's Heritage Parkway is doing right now. It's myself, previous council, approving of projects, and I take full responsibility for it. But here we have an opportunity to pause. I understand nobody was in favor of a moratorium at the time, but here we have a decision to make, and I feel the right decision right now would be to take a pause and deny, come back, meet with the developers, because I had a great meeting with Mr. Gregg as well. I agree. That was probably one of the best meetings I've had with a developer. Like, it was very forthcoming, very open-minded. We spoke about public transportation and several other things, but I am not comfortable with moving forward with this project.
Thank you. Councilman Hammer?
Yeah, I would like to just add, one of the things I was passionate about everybody had their lists, but mine was St. John's Heritage Parkway. So that's just, I would feel so much better knowing that we had even the funding to build it. Even if we had the ability to build it before we did this. But we can't even build it right now. We don't even have the ability to. So I really wish we could have this discussion, get a better baseline on accumulating the ability to build the road before we start putting more people on it. But we are a council of 5, so I am going to ask if we could have a better discussion, but it is up to the majority of us.
Okay, so here's my take. I'm going to call the question, but I just want to address a few of the things that were spoken. The very first thing is this project and what their partnership in their fair share has never been part of anything this city has ever done. No one on this dais has seen anything like this. And I can tell you that I researched that through the clerk's office to see if there was any proportionate fair share from this city that's ever had a project that was before us like this. The answer was no. And it came from someone that's been with the city for 30-something years, right? Never before. That's the very first thing. The second thing I want to say is I look at this and I do consider each and every citizen that we have in this city. And because of that, this opportunity is not on their backs. It's more on the backs of what's to come. That being said, the third issue is, and I'll say this again because I'm hoping to get a motion to approve this based on what's before me with that fair share. Ultimately, what we should be looking at is applying the credibility to our staff because of the direction that we gave them. That's the message we should be sending as part of creating a better infrastructure for our city and that job creation as well. So right now, the motion is to deny by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hatton. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Nay. Okay, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe?
Nay.
Councilman Johnson?
Aye.
Councilman Hammer?
Aye.
Councilman Langevin?
Nay.
Mayor Medina?
Nay. Motion fails. Now I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor, to approve ordinance 2026-10, amending the city's comp plan.
I need a second.
A second.
I got a second by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All right, gentlemen, part of that discussion is that this fair share, the draft, and their presentation is all included moving forward. Correct?
Correct.
All right. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Roll call, please.
Councilman Johnson?
Nay.
Councilman Hammer?
Nay.
Councilman Langevin?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe?
Aye.
Mayor Medina?
Aye. Motion passes 3-2. We are now on item number 3. Madam
Ordinance
Smith.
Ordinance 2026-11, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, approving a preliminary development plan to be known as Palm Vista Everlands West and Plan Unit Development, PUD zoning, which property is located at the northwest intersection of St. John's Heritage Parkway Northwest and Melbourne Tillman Water Control District Canal Number 1, and legally described herein, providing for a commencement period, providing for an effective date. I would
Okay, I'm gonna-
ask,
Yes. carry
Mayor,
on.
before you open it up, 'cause
Yes.
I know you all mentioned during the legislative proceeding that a number of you had conversations with the developer. If we can have you all put your ex parte communication on the record now during the quasi.
Well, I didn't speak to anybody except for today, but we didn't speak about the project. Carry on.
I didn't have a conversation with anybody pending any quasi-judicial hearings.
I had a meeting with Mr. Pettibone.
Okay.
I met with Mr. Pettibone, and the topic of conversation was the history of the project, and he relayed to me some of the discussions he's had with staff.
Okay, and we'll ask Councilman Johnson when he comes back. I'm going to open up public hearing, ask Mr. Morton to present this case or with staff.
Yes, going to defer to,
Would you still like the clerk to swear in everyone? Because
yes, I
now I'm
should
fine
ask-
with this being done. If you-
Okay. Yes, now we'll go with Mr.
Would you like that?
Reppinger?
Yes,
Yeah, Cliff. Okay.
yes, please. We would like that.
Did you?
Yes, I met with Mr. Gregg and his staff at the third floor legislative office.
Okay. So I guess, Madam Clerk,
All individuals who intend to testify will be sworn in simultaneously. So will all persons intending to testify please stand and raise your right hand?
okay.
Okay. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you will give before the council will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, let the record reflect that the witnesses have been duly sworn.
Okay. Staff?
yep. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Debbie Flynn. I'm the Assistant Growth Management Director. This is a case for PD 25-0003, Palm Vista Everlands West, a request for Melrose Properties Florida LLC for approval of a preliminary development plan for plan unit development zoning. The project consists of approximately 1,198 acres located west of St. John's Heritage Parkway between Castleberry Lane and Pace Drive. The proposal includes a master plan community with approximately 1,600 single-family homes, 760 multifamily units, and 1,045,000 square foot of neighborhood serving commercial uses. The development is designed with internal roadway network, multiple access points, pedestrian connectivity, open space, recreational amenities to support the cohesive community. Sorry. Here we go. The primary access will be from St. John's Heritage Parkway with additional connections at Castleberry Lane, Everson Drive, Everlands Drive, and Pace Drive. The project also includes significant open space preservation with wetlands and environmental areas incorporated into the overall design. The preliminary development plan establishes the overall development framework in accordance with Section 172.030 of the City of Palm Bay's Land Development Code, with detailed engineering plans, final site design, and concurrency determinations to be addressed at the final development plan and/or subdivision construction plan stages. The existing future land use designation includes commercial, recreation, and open space, and low-density residential, which are proposed to consolidate under the companion large-scale future land use amendment application to Neighborhood Center as Ms. Jefferson presented. The current zoning is agricultural residential under Brevard County. This request will establish the framework for future development within the city. The site is located west of St. John's Heritage Parkway, which is a key north-south corridor planned to support growth in this area. As shown on the map, the property is surrounded by existing planned residential developments to the east, with more rural conservation lands to the west. The proposed preliminary development plan has been evaluated against the review criteria, Section 172.030H, and is found to meet those standards. The project is consistent with the surrounding Everlands development pattern and does not represent a significant departure in character or density. The plan establishes a coordinated and compatible development pattern, integrated residential neighborhoods, open space, and internal connectivity. Infrastructure is adequately addressed, including transportation, water, wastewater, and drainage systems, which will be provided in accordance with city standards. Transportation capacity is supported through the access to St. John's Heritage Parkway, with improvements identified in the traffic impact analysis and the preliminary signal warrant study. In addition, the applicant proposed a term sheet includes phased transportation improvements and proportionate share contributions tied to development thresholds, ensuring roadway capacity is provided concurrent with development. Public facilities and services are available, including schools, utilities, police, and fire. The proposed applicant term sheet also includes contributions toward fire and police capital improvements, help and maintain adopted level of service as the project builds out. The development includes significant open space and recreational amenities with provisions for long-term maintenance. The site design promotes walkability and internal connectivity, allowing the development to function as a cohesive master plan community. The project provides public benefits, including open space preservation, infrastructure improvements, and coordinated development supported by the applicant proposed term sheet commitments. The plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan, including goals related to coordinated growth, infrastructure planning, and compatible land use. Based on these findings, staff concludes that the proposed PDP meets the review criteria sets forth in 172.030H, with the applicant proposed term sheet ensuring that transportation and public safety infrastructure is delivered concurrent with development. The project is planned over approximately 10 to 12 years, with development phased to align the infrastructure and public safety service delivery. Phases 1 through H highlighted on the slides are anticipated to begin in 2026 and includes initial residential development, the Central Amenity Center, and upfront public safety contributions, including fire and police proportionate share. Impact fees and required mitigation are paid per phase at FDP approval, ensuring infrastructure keeps pace with development. Non-residential development is anticipated over time based on demand. Overall, the phasing plan supports coordinated growth and concurrency through combination of upfront phasing upfront and phasing funding as presented by the applicant. This table summarizes this is the applicant's proposed term sheet that was in your packet. I just provided it in a nice table so it could be read easily. The table summarizes how infrastructure and public services are addressed on a per-phase basis through the applicant proposed term sheet. Starting with transportation, traffic impact fees, and any required proportionate share mitigation will be paid at each phase upon FDP approval, ensuring roadway capacity is delivered concurrent with development. For fire services, the applicant is proposing upfront proportionate share of approximately $1.75 million for a Quint apparatus at Phase 1, along with fire impact fees paid at each phase, which supports maintaining response times and service levels. For police services, there is a proportionate share contribution at Phase 1 with police impact fees per phase, helping supporting staffing and operational capacity at the community as the community grows. With respect to parks and recreation, the applicant is proposing to design and construct improvements such as pickleball courts in exchange for impact fee credits with contributions tied in early phases. There are also voluntary public art contribution at Phase 1, which provides an additional community benefit. Importantly, although impact fees are normally collected by the city at the time of the building permit issuance, pursuant to Chapter 106 of the Palm Bay Code of Ordinance, the applicant has proposed payment of required impact fees at the time of each phase of the final development plan approval, which would advance the timing of infrastructure funding commitments, as was presented by the applicant.
Come on, that's good.
Overall, the structure ensures that transportation, public safety, and recreational infrastructure are delivered concurrent with each phase of development, maintaining adopted level of service. The Planning and Zoning Board met on April 1st, 2026, and recommended approval of PD 250003 with conditions by 3-2 vote. The conditions included completion of the preliminary traffic signal warrant study and compliance with public safety concurrency requirements for fire and police services. Since then, the applicant has provided the city with the preliminary traffic signal warrant study and has addressed public safety concurrency requirements through the applicant's proposed term sheet. Tonight, City Council may approve with conditions, or deny case PD 250003. If council approves the application, the applicant will submit the final development plan and development agreement applications to the city for review. These applications will be brought to Planning and Zoning Board for recommendation and then go to City Council for final approval. And that's all I have for staff, and the applicant is here to present as well.
Okay, stand fast. I want to see if council has any questions for you.
Yep.
Any questions of staff at this time, gentlemen?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
The prepaid impact fees, I noticed on the legislative memorandum, they have phasing broken down in 1A and 1B. Are those considered additional phases, or will phase 1 and 2 be where?
Phase 1, they will be providing the impact fees for fire and police, as well as the art impact fees, donation as well. And phases 2 through 4, they will be paying for the impact fees per required.
Okay.
Upfront before building permit.
And if for whatever reason, impact fees are increased from now until then, or they're vested in at this current
Vested
rate?
at this current rate, because they will be paying upfront.
I would add, and for the applicant, when they can come up and speak, something that I would be interested in, if this goes on beyond 28, I would be interested in the impact fee increases if.
They will be paying at the FDP approval stage, so those impact fees could be provided at that time too, that are updated by that time. It's at FDP approval, so if the impact fees increase at that time, they will be paying that increased impact fee.
Okay, understood, thank you.
Yep.
That's it? Okay. I guess tee it off to the applicant. Now, you are all sworn.
Racing to the, you want to go first?
I might just add briefly, if I may, I'd like to.
Sir, bring up that.
Okay, thank you.
I think you're going to hurt your back, or you're not going to sleep well tonight, one of the two.
Thank you. If I may just briefly address the board, I'd like to thank you all for the prior vote. I know it's a separate matter than what we're on now. I would genuinely request, if there's an opportunity, Councilman Hammer and Councilman Johnson, in the next, few weeks to a few months, as schedule allows, if I can come back and meet with you. Again, every point raised was a concern for your community. Every point raised was honorable. I would appreciate the opportunity to come back so that, as we bring other projects forward, your feedback's valued and your concerns are as alleviated as we can. So I do want to just open briefly with that. And again, thank you all very much. And again, I think we have a small little opportunity to speak to a couple points, but we're available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Saunders again with BSC LJA. I won't reiterate everything we went through before. It was a long presentation earlier. Just one of the things I wanted to touch on is there was conversation at the end of the last item, discussion specifically around the St. John's Heritage Parkway and being able to build it. Do we have the funds? Can we build them now? What I heard staff say is that the construction project is scheduled for kickoff in the first quarter of 2027. Which to me indicates that there are dollars available for the construction of that roadway. Is that, that's what we had discussed earlier. So maybe I'm asking staff, maybe that's out of turn, and I don't mean to do that, but.
Well, it's a good question. Mr. DiLorenzo or Mr. Morton?
I think I can be corrected if I'm wrong. We don't have a tentative kickoff date. We're at 90% design.
Right.
We need to go out to bid, and as the budget looks now, we do not have complete funding to do that portion of the road. We will be looking for additional funding.
So maybe this is my misunderstanding in talking with staff. So I did understand that it's not complete yet, that it's going to be going out to bid. Once it goes out to bid, it comes back. We'll be looking at the first quarter of 2027 to be kicking off that project. I thought there was approximately 2/3 of the money needed to construct the project is in hand, whether that's through impact fees in this project or other avenues with the city. This project would fulfill the shortfall of that additional $10 million, that build out. So not saying it's, day one, but I do believe that there are dollars there for portions of the parkway. We do not know the construction sequencing at this point in time. Those would be additional conversations that we can have with staff, and are happy to do that and make sure that we impact it as least as possible. One thing I want to point out also, the parkway, when it was constructed, the eastern 2 lanes are what was built. So when it goes under construction for any widening efforts, you're going to be widening to the west, which means your 2 lanes of traffic that are there now should continue to stay in place. Will there be impacts when you're making those intersection connections? Yes, but you're not going to be closing down a lane to pave another lane and move over. There's a median section in there. And I have not studied the updated plans, but my understanding is there's a median section there that will allow you to build the western 2-lane extension without significantly impacting the existing 2 lanes, which again, there's still construction, but it's sort of the best case scenario from an impact perspective. And then again, just to reiterate what Debbie said, is we are voluntarily paying those impact fees up front. We could be paying them on a per building permit basis, which is kind of the slow, long way of doing it. Paying them up front, while yes, it does lock in the rate when we pay it at that particular time. If council elects to increase impact fees in the future, it could be next year, it could be in 3 months. If we haven't paid those specific those impact fees for that final development plan prior to that motion being made, we would be required to pay the increased fee. So whatever the fee is at the time when we bring that final development plan before you, and again, if we're fortunate enough to receive your approval, that would be the associated impact fee that would be paid. And another benefit that I'm sure you realize, but in getting that lump sum payment up front as opposed to 5 or 6 houses at a time, it allows the city to budget and plan for projects in a meaningful way and get things done in a meaningful way in a timely manner, because there's a guaranteed revenue coming in and you have the money at final development plan. So remember, the final development plan doesn't let me go put a shovel in the ground. I still have to get my construction plans approved. And so you truly are getting that significant payment made up front before we ever put a shovel in the ground. So I just wanted to point that out. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Yes, sir.
And again, I apologize if I can add one more point to this. The term sheet that's provided, that's an outline of a term sheet. That would be resolved and finalized in a development agreement. That would be a much broader document that we'll be negotiating with staff. I'm not certain of the process, whether we bring that back in front of you or not. But again, that's an initial step that outlines the terms. Again, we want to reiterate the flexibility that we'd like to try to show to resolve some of the concerns. The concerns raised by the community, there are concerns too. They inhibit and they handcuff our business. They also affect the quality of life of an area. They affect ourselves. There's realities to this that, I'm grateful. I had a great opportunity to speak to many of you, and phenomenal feedback was provided. So we will come back. We will work with that development agreement. And again, that was the initial term sheet to show good faith and goodwill toward those points. But there's room for refinement. So thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation at this time? Okay, speaker cards, Deputy Mayor.
Robert Stice. Steve Beltz.
Steve Beltz, 1235 Kyle Drive, Northwest, Pompey. So you approved a beautiful, change to the neighborhood center. Looks like a great development. I live really close to that. Don't really have a problem with that. But again, St. John's, having a hope that one day it'll be 4-lane, to approve this and get them, geared up to go ahead without having that finalized, seems like that's maybe getting ready for a future conflict. So if there's a way to delay approval until the St. John's is 4-lane, it's all, the funding is set up, the time frame is set up, whether it's just maybe 2027. That's probably not enough really to give approval. So I'd hope the council considers that, maybe postpone the ultimate votes for go ahead, whatever it might be, and consider, and I'm not even sure if the 4-laning is all the way to 192 or if it's just 4-laning to that big bridge. So, otherwise, if it's not all the way to 192, you're just going to have the bottleneck be moved down a little bit. So anyway, I would just make sure, I would encourage you to either delay or add a condition to approval that the funding and the 4-laning all the way to 192 is in place, and you all know about it. You all have that in front of you before you give some ultimate go-ahead to move forward. So thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. The 4-laning, sir, would be to the bridge. Everything at the bridge and over is Brevard County. The responsibility of the city is from that bridge onto Malabar Road and further south. Just so that you know, sir. Any additional speaker comments?
No, Mayor.
Okay. Anything you want to rebut or bring forth, Madam Onda, regarding the 4 lanes? Did you want to touch on that? The concerns of?
I don't think so. I mean, we've talked about it. There's the design plans are, 90%. There's monies to be spent on that. We wouldn't be going out, in my opinion, you wouldn't be going out to bid for that project if you didn't have construction dollars to fund at least a significant portion of that. My guess is there's just, it's not public yet, so we don't know what the numbers are until they come in. This project will fund, and the eastern initial phases of this project, the legacy project, have provided a significant portion of the funding that are going to allow the St. John's Parkway to be built. We provided the right-of-way. There are a lot of additional improvements that have been provided through the course of this development. We're excited to be here. We'd love to continue that relationship and that coordination. And just respectfully, we request your approval and appreciate your support.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Morton, any thoughts on phasing those 4 lanes, addressing Councilman Hammer's concerns?
I don't know how to address the concerns.
Without the final
Again, we don't
number?
have the final numbers, and at the end of the day, as per Council Hammer, I think, brought up, we still have a pinch point at Malabar that isn't resolved yet, and we'll have a pinch point at the county line as the gentleman in the audience mentioned, so.
Okay, copy that. Councilman Hammer?
I don't know who might be able to answer this, but I thought one of our plus sides for St. John's Heritage Parkway was we already had the right-of-way.
Yeah, I believe we do.
Then what right-of-way are we receiving?
Maybe you misunderstood what I was saying. When the project initially was approved, when we came through with Everland's at the beginning, the 200-foot right-of-way section for the parkway from the C1 Canal north of the city limits, along with the 100-foot right-of-way for Emerson and the 80-foot right-of-way for Pace, was part of this project.
If I may, this was the drainage.
Any,
That's another good point.
Councilman or Deputy Mayor?
No, you don't.
Yeah, I wanted to throw an idea out for further discussion or maybe and with the development plan, but I've been involved in projects before where the developer actually improved all the off-site work. So the St. John's Heritage 2-lane widening, Lennar is going to have to hire a pretty substantial size site contractor to develop the 1,198 acres. The economies of scale would probably save both them and the city money if that same contractor performed the off-site and on-site work. And would like staff to explore that if this passes tonight to explore those options if the applicant is
willing?
open to it.
Yeah. Mr. Pettibone?
May I speak to that? Yes. Certainly a good idea, and certainly a very factual situation. There's constraints between that the public side has that the private side does not have. At the end of the day, Lennar has a large dollar volume that we will be spending for traffic and traffic impacts. And some of those dollars, I think, would be preferred to be pulled in earlier for the 4-laning of the parkway. Again, putting it forward, something that I think we could probably fine-tune in the development agreement would be a scenario where maybe there's a hybrid of the things, right? If there's a challenge with the continuance beyond the city limits, maybe it's a hybridization of the 4-laning and other improvements needed at major intersections and things along those lines that we could again, very creatively work with the city staff and ultimately I believe we would come back before you all with the finalization of a development agreement that we're very eager to, resolve the issues because they are our issues as well. So that's a wonderful idea and I appreciate the spirit it was offered, sir.
Thank you. So what I'm hearing is they're better equipped with their site folks to get more roads for less money. That's exactly what I heard in this conversation. Okay,
I think so, and it might be something that again, maybe there's a collaboration that we could work to fine tune. I think if again, if there's again, we're very open on either front, right? So I have a certain amount of dollars that I'm going to be spending, and there's a certain time frame. So I don't know how that works with the dollars that you guys have earmarked, or if there's I don't know how to say it, but we pay our part and then you hire us with your part. There's options that are on the table and we're going to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Great idea. Will that be, at this point, any additional comments would you like to close out, rebutting? Okay. So seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
Yes, Mayor, I'll make a motion to pass ordinance 2026-11, granting the approval of a preliminary development plan.
A second.
Got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, and that motion includes the discussion of the added suggestion by Deputy Mayor, correct? All right, just wanted to make that clear. Any further discussion, gentlemen? All in favor signify by saying, okay. Councilman Hammer.
I just want to make sure I put on record about the traffic situation. I am very passionate about the traffic being remedied before this happens, and I just want to be on record on saying that. Thank you.
Okay, all in favor, the motion is to approve with the added potential of increasing discussions of 4-laning as they phase in. Motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
All right, roll call, please.
Councilman Hammer.
Nay.
Councilman Langevin.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Aye.
Councilman Johnson.
Nay.
Mayor Medina.
Aye. Motion passes 3-2. We're now on item number 4. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-13, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 11, Business Regulations, Chapter 120, Cannabis Dispensing Businesses by prohibiting the establishment of medical marijuana treatment center dispensing facilities within the municipal boundaries, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton, or Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Yeah.
Come on, take it away.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to bring this ordinance for discussion. The state, the voters, had passed recreational marijuana to be, or medical marijuana to be,
Yes.
Allowed in the state of Florida, and I support that. The challenges that I've witnessed in the city is the state is limiting home rule again, and limiting what cities can and cannot do. And currently, right now, a medical marijuana treatment center as a dispensary has the same ability to build anywhere a pharmacy can build, CVS, Publix, et cetera. And I've noticed there's been daycares next to some of these dispensaries, and I think there's over 13 dispensaries in our city. And so I'm proposing that we ban the dispensaries in the city. It protects the ones that are currently in place. It just prevents new ones opening, with the hopes that the state legislators see the action that we're taking and allow cities to have some flexibility in the zoning rules that we can have, and put these dispensaries in more appropriate places. So the challenges that we have, it's either an outright ban or continue allowing them anywhere pharmacies are. So that's why I brought forth this ordinance for discussion.
Well, I appreciate the hard work. You did bring this up, and I appreciate the hard work that you and staff have done. At this time, I want to let it be known, I will be supporting this, and I'll be seconding this motion once you make it. Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. 2 questions. First one's for the city attorney. Are we good on this? We're sound? Don't have to worry about anything coming back on us for this?
Well, the ability to prohibit marijuana dispensaries is within the ordinance. If you're asking how this relates to SB 180, there's no case law out there. You have a specific statute which should control, but that's all I can tell you.
All right.
Councilman.
Other than that, I'm in support of it. I would love if we could add liquor stores to it, if that was a possibility.
Okay.
Yeah, like, I lived in other states where they were dry counties and dry states, and while there were those who were passionate about their desire, but I think this is the way to go. I think this is the way to go for sure. So, great work, Deputy Mayor Jaffe. If liquor could be added to it, let's do it.
Prohibition.
Or if we need to go to the county commissioners, talking to them about making it a dry county, I would be in favor of that as well. But that's for another topic, I guess. So
Yes, sir.
Or another time. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Hammer.
Oh, I'm going to tell everybody why I love the United States of America, and it's business. I myself think we should let the market play its part. Yeah, I mean, you're not going to build 13 in Palm Bay if they're not needed. So I'm going to be one of those people that thinks it's an overstep of what we're doing. I think if there are people going to these things, I mean, I don't even drink coffee, but if there's people that are going to these things, there is a reason. And unfortunately, say there is a day that they all move out of here. You know what happens when they can't get it legally? They get it illegally. So I think we should let the market control this and go back to worrying about other things, but I'm not going to be in support of it. I love the effort. If we could control how many are here, if we can control how many storage units are here, if we can control these things, I would be 100% for saying, hey, if there's 13 here, no more. But to make a stance like we're limiting free market in Palm Bay, especially when we're trying to talk business into coming here, you know, maybe one day people aren't going to like a certain service that comes here and we're doing everything to stop them. I'm just not going to be for that. I'm sorry.
Thank you. All right. Any speaker cards?
No, Mayor.
All right.
Go back.
Oh, yes, sir. Come right up. Mr. Anyone wish to speak for or
You can
against
come
this
up.
item?
I don't have one for new.
Okay,
He has
then
new
that-
business number.
Come on up. Yeah, you don't need it.
Okay, yeah.
Sir, come on closer. I'm drawing close to our end time. Carry on, sir.
Not much out there. Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I don't smoke. We get that up right up front. But I do appreciate the tax dollar coming in from businesses that supports the city of Palm Bay. The way I look at this is the tax dollar from a pharmacy the same as the tax dollar from a distribution house? It's the same tax dollar coming into the city. So that's why I'm against banning of it. But I also understand the home rule. I'm greatly would prefer that we had home rule capabilities to regulate on it, but we don't, just like Senate Bill 180 and everything else is there. We've lost our home rule capabilities within the city. But I also appreciate the fact that if I can make a business pay my tax dollars to the city instead of me having to increase my millage rate, I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stephen Haugen, 1247 Tripoli Road. For one, it's been demonstrated that the predominant demographic of the person that has a medical marijuana card is a white male in their 20s and 30s with no history of critical illness. So that in itself says that the medical marijuana is kind of a farce and a front for recreational use. There's also been several studies that have been released recently that have proven, because to date, we've only had a very short period of time that we've been able to do studies with marijuana because it has been illegal across all, society. Now that it has become legal for medical and recreational use in a number of states, they have begun taking a lot of studies, doing a lot more studies on it, and have found that it does indeed contribute to significant brain damage in, especially those in heavy users. So the fact that the marijuana, despite all of the, the pro-marijuana, industry or whatever that that wants to say that it's safer than alcohol, alcohol does not, cause you to sustain long-term brain damage. So I think we need to prevent this. It's something that's coming up. We're finding out more and more about it and finding that it is very dangerous, especially to our youth, and we need to make sure that we stop this.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir. Step right up.
Well, I know for me personally, there are kids in my school and pretty much all public schools in Brevard County who smoke marijuana, and they get them from adults in different manners or from other people. I also think that the excuse that if somebody can't do something legally, they will do it illegally is, I understand it because, we saw it in Prohibition, but I also think that that's not really a great excuse. Maybe we should crack down on people doing things illegally, because if it's against the law, it's against the law. You shouldn't be doing it. I do kind of want to go off topic. Do we have a clear definition of what a public benefit is for the city? Because with the previous project, that was thrown around as this is a public benefit for the city. And I also would wonder, do we have clear criteria for walkability? Because if you looked at the project's layout between how the
Yeah,
retention
that
pond.
issue is done.
Okay.
If you could just speak to what we're.
To the marijuana?
Yes, sir.
Yes, and also how he brought up the storage units and car washes. It would be really great if we could do that for them as well. So that's it.
Thank you, thank you. Anyone else, anyone else in the audience wish to, Deputy Chief, or Chief, would you like to? No, you'll pass. All right, I need a motion.
Make a motion to pass ordinance 2026-13.
I'll second. Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Mayor Medina. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilman Hammer, I agree a lot with all that you said. The issue that it boils down to me is the state doesn't give us the option to control the free enterprise in Palm Bay by taking away our home rule. So, and this is hopefully a long-term play where the lobbyists for the marijuana industry can change that and allow us to manage this through zoning classifications in the city of Palm Bay.
Councilman Hammond?
Since I was mentioned, I'd like to respond. I absolutely agree with you. It's a really good thing that we're discussing lobbyists. So this can be going and defending the attack on home rule could be something that's a point we're driving home when we're choosing what we're going to go with for our next time. But I do agree with you. It is an attack on home rule, and I agree that it's something that we need to go after. But I don't like the strategy.
It's all or nothing, and that's where we're at. It's all or nothing. We would have preferred to do it in the zoning class, but, all right, I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1. Roll call would be, roll call, please.
Councilman Langevin?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe?
Aye.
Councilman Johnson?
Aye.
Councilman Hammer?
Nay.
Mayor Medina?
Aye. Passes 4-1. We are now on miscellaneous. Mr. Morton. Procurements, item number 2.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This is for traffic signal wire respans, known as traffic signal installation, repair, and preventative maintenance. It's on a piggyback contract with the City of Orlando. The $440,000 number is the number approved previously in the budget in the line item. The actual bid came in at $351,436.60. This is to respan five intersections, Jupiter and Pace, which is a 26-year-old wire, Emerson and Jupiter, also a 26-year-old wire, Walden and Emerson, a 17-year-old signal span wire, Culver and Emerson, the wire's 33 years old, and Robert J. Conlon and Kirby, 27. We do like to try to replace these. My understanding is at 20-year intervals at the most. We discussed the option or opportunity for backhaul cable, so if the intersections are ever modified, but I am told that if these intersections are modified, we will shift away from signal spans to mast arms, so that has become irrelevant. We do have Christine Sullivan here to answer any questions you have, and she's the expert on this if you have any questions.
Any questions, council? Any questions? None? Okay, Deputy Mayor, speaker cards?
No cards, Mayor.
I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
I second.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 3, Mr. Morton.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This is a miscellaneous cooperative purchase for an additional fuel supplier through Sourcewell. Sourcewell is different, and if we would like that explanation officially, Mr. Gragan can offer it. From traditional piggybacks, that it's a more true competitive sourcing opportunity for the city. Our current fuel vendor has experienced and is ongoingly experiencing performance challenges, including inconsistent delivery schedules, limited responsiveness, especially during periods of high demand. So it's resulted in some operational strain at both of our fuel sites in the city. And to ensure continuity of operations moving forward and improve our reliability, they did review, staff initiated a review of fuel suppliers and has come up with this as an alternate vendor. Vendors were evaluated on pricing, structure, delivery, fuel management, and emergency staff responsiveness. I will say, as an aside note, through this part of the year, we've only consumed, I think it's about, when I did my request yesterday, about 48% of the fuel budget. So our measures that we mentioned about going away from the WEX cards to the fuel depots and other things are working. We're within the fuel budget at this point of the year, which is great. And staff is requesting approval of this additional fuel supplier through Sourcewell tonight.
Council, any questions of staff? Seeing none, Deputy Mayor, any speaker cards?
No, Mayor, no cards.
I need a motion.
So moved.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe,
I'll second.
seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on new business, item number 1. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I'm going to ask Dr. Robinson real quick to present this item. It's been part of our strategy to renew, review, and marketize our lease to current market rate. So Brian, if you could explain the benefits and your approach to this would be fantastic.
Excellent. Thank you. Good evening, Council. This item is coming to you today because we're looking at, this will be a new lease agreement, which is adjacent to an existing cell tower lease. So this is for a new lease for ground space. As you can see here, this was done to continue to expand capabilities for the city of Palm Bay. Part of that includes their proposal, which was initially $12,000 per year at a 3% escalator. I renegotiated a contract to go from $12,000 to $24,000 per year with a 2% escalator annually, which resulted into a amount of over $331,000 for the life of this lease. Again, these are, as they are coming up for renewal or new leases are coming before us, this is part of our meticulous review process to renegotiate these leases to bring them up to more of a modern approach of how we handle renewals for leases.
Any questions, council? Yes, sir. Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Doctor, sorry. I got slang with it. Have we looked at any other agreements with other municipalities or other cities at the rate that they're?
Yes, what's interesting is most of the cities that I've actually looked at, especially we just looked at also Brevard County, and in most cases, they're not necessarily apples to apples, because they're already in a lease agreement. Typically, these are 20 years or 25 years, sometimes even longer, and they've still been stuck at much older rates. So as you can see, they're kind of using the same rates to continue to do business with Palm Bay, which we're kind of pushing back on that and said, well, you're using this for another 20 years before we see it again. Let's start to work through a better approach to how we're renewing these. So some of what you might see, it's kind of like, $80 per square feet, or you see something much lower than that, like pennies. But we're actually moving away from that to some of which is not necessarily truly a standard. You kind of have to move to like, what does this really cost and what does the value it's bringing? So we're trying to take a more proactive approach with that. And, of course, we get pushed back, but we're staying hard and we just keep pushing forward. Yep.
Oh, the art of the deal. Any additional questions, council? I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. We had a speaker card.
Oh, you
Mr.
did?
Batten. Yep.
As you were.
I did have a card this time.
It's my fault.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. When I was going through the pack, it made me feel extremely happy to watch the proactive approach that I saw in this. Every year, I knew I was going to get a little bit more out of that square footage of property. And for me, it looked like a whole lot of income for no expense to the city at all. You can't ask for anything more than that other than a bank holdup. Thank you very much.
Okay, I got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Councilman Langevin, we're now on reports.
Have a great evening.
Councilman Hammer, we're now on reports.
I only have two. First, I want to say thank you, Matt, for your first year.
Woo!
I also want to say I am overly impressed, and I am absolutely proud to call you my city manager. You have exceeded the team that you've brought around you. You have addressed, there's a lot that I talk to you about, and you address everything. Your team addresses everything, and I'm just overly proud of the job that you're doing, your team's doing, and some of the things coming forward that our city's going to see, and you have taken everything that all five of us talk about, we bring up, we discuss, and it's all on your wall. And I'm overly proud of you and your team. My next thing is, I can't take it's not my job to people, where I was told about some bicycles being stolen from Bayside High School, and I addressed that with our school board member, and she has let me know that Sue Hannah is working on it. They are expanding the size of the bike rack, and they're making it larger to where the kids can fit all their bikes in so they can be stored securely. So it is something a lot of residents reached out to me about, and it wasn't something that I could go about and say, hey, call the school board. So it's something that I wanted to address myself. And that is it for tonight.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I got 3 items tonight. First one, we've been looking for economic development director for a while. Even when we've had them in the past, we really haven't seen what I would have liked to have seen in regards to commercial growth in the city. My proposal, I spoke briefly to the city manager about it just as a thought, but looking into it and looking at other cities, it has been very beneficial for them. But my proposal will be to put out an RFP or a bid for retail recruitment. There are firms and all throughout the country that recruit commercial businesses and retail businesses for the cities. And I was looking at some of the firms online, and all the cities were just praising them for what they were able to do. Because when you look at bringing on an economic development director, 1, they got to learn the job. 2, they got to learn the city. 3, we have to know, because on paper they can say, hey, I can get this here, I can get that here, but you don't know until you get them here. And we've had several within the past 7 years of me being on office. So I think we can keep it out there in regards to looking for an economic development director, but for the chance that we don't receive, because I know Mr. Morton's already hired a great team in regards to his year as the city manager. But if something doesn't come up where he's like, this isn't the guy or this isn't the lady for the job, I think an alternative approach would be looking into having an RFP for retail recruitment or economic development. And I would like consensus from council to give staff that direction if we don't find the person we're looking for the city.
Well, first, I'd like to hear from Mr. Morton. Are you confident that you would get a good candidate for economic development director?
If I answer that question honestly, I've told several council I'm not confident. That being said, I also don't want to throw shade at a process. We actually reviewed several applicants this week from the latest, and we took a break in recruiting. We were not having any success. And we actually had 2, again, to Councilman Johnson's point, at least on paper, portfolio, resume, backgrounds, several high quality, 2 extremely high caliber candidates. I think Mr. Johnson's point is very well taken. We're actually have interviews scheduled for next week. If those don't pan out, I think his suggestion is, obviously, we'll start looking at it right away, but I think definitely we'll bring that back to council as maybe an alternative solution for you guys to consider, and we'll leave it with council's discretion.
Okay, so I guess we got consensus. Thank you, Mr. Morton. Carry on. That's it?
Two more things, sorry.
I
Sorry.
was hopeful.
Yeah, no, I got you. I'm gonna move quick. It depends if I get consensus. I would like for us to look at, so I had the pleasure of touring through Unit 46. And Unit 46, what you'll see is duplexes and single-family homes living side by side with one another, no issues, no problems in the community. And that's RM10, I believe. I would like to see if we can give staff direction to look at other areas, maybe RS2 zoning, RS3 zoning, in regards to allowing duplexes. Duplexes provide more affordability because you're using the same piece of land and you're maximizing on it, and you're able to get two families there as opposed to just one family. And we look at a duplex for $550,000 or two single-family homes at $700,000. To me, it's a cheaper cost. But so just like to give council give staff direction to just look into it. They're the subject matter experts, so they'll be able to come back to us and say, hey, this is possible, or hey, it's not. But at least something to look into and consider.
So I'll tell you where I'm at. I don't want to, and I'm just going by what our city manager said last meeting, right? I don't want to overwhelm council, and he said they're threading that line. So that's where I'm at. If Mr. Morton says, we should go in that direction, or do we give him a reprieve from all these directions and extra tasks? I want to commend you for your diligence, because these are great ideas, but are they good to go ahead and direct staff now? So I would rather get some intel from him again before we go down that range. Mr. Morton, can you highlight what are your thoughts on this? Is this something, is it low-hanging fruit, or is it task that, overtasking our staff?
Yeah, so as a courtesy, and I hope I'm not throwing you under the bus, Councilman Johnson, but he actually asked me that question, which was great. And I said, we're coming up with Chapter 173 modifications in the Land Development Code in July. It does require public input. It's easy to sort of roll that question into the Land Development Code and see what feedback is and what it looks like in the LDC. So yes,
Cool.
thank you.
All right, then I'm a thumbs up on that.
Thank you, sir.
And we got agreement with that?
I may be outvoted, but I'm a thumbs down. I just don't want more density and more duplexes, and that's just where I stand. But I mean, the thought is obviously in the right direction. I appreciate it, but I'm a no.
Okay, you're a no? All right, so
Thank you, Mayor.
Deputy Mayor?
So I've actually spent quite a bit of time in Palm Coast the last 2 or 3 months, and they actually have a very similar zoning code. I believe it's SR3. And I have to say, it's kind of weird driving on a street and it's like single-family home, duplex, single-family home. It works there because they have sewer and water. We don't have sewer and water, and it's going to be extremely challenging to fit 2 septic systems and 2 wells on an individual property. So you might be able to get the zoning for it, but is the functionality, can you actually build it? I don't think, unless it's got sewer and water, I don't think it's even physically able to be built.
So it doesn't make sense right now. All right, next one, sir.
Last thing, school board, SROs.
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, man.
Thank you for your hard work on that.
Man. Woo. So let's get this going. First and foremost, I want to commend Mr. Morton, our city manager, for going to bat for the city, speaking with Dr. Rendell. And then on top of that, me and him went up to Vieira, made the nice drive with $4.40 gas.
You didn't go in one vehicle?
Oh, no, I took mine. But went up there, had a great meeting with Dr. Rendell as well as Mr. Rashad Wilson, and they shared their numbers, which they said they were going to provide via the school letter that they responded with, of where they started off with 52,000 and now they're looking at 77,000. They explained everything from what Chief Agello had then explained in regards to is this the sheriff that kind of determines the rate that the the municipalities or SROs will receive, but I appreciate Mr. Moore is a numbers guy, so he was able to crunch these numbers quickly and show in regards to percentages. We were saying we were about 40% in regards to being funded for the SROs, but if you look at the screen, we're at about 45%. My proposal, because they have a meeting this Tuesday, Dr. Rendell said that, hey, since you brought it up, I'll bring it up to the school board for our 9 a.m. meeting. No, the first meeting is at 9 a.m. Their work meeting is around 11:30. Yep.
Workshop.
Yeah. They're going to bring it up. My proposal is giving them the recommendation of 75% reimbursement. I know 100% is kind of a big ask, but still I would like to just at least move forward with 75%. We don't need consensus for that, but I do want to just have the discussion on the dais with everybody. Would I prefer City of Palm Bay cops there? Yes. Would I prefer what Mr. Hammer said, Councilman Hammer mentioned in regards to them being in the schools and them making sure they have their eyes on our children? Yes. Because what I also learned from talking to Dr. Rendell is when you have one of the security specialists, they're not allowed to make arrests, they're not allowed to break up fights, so therefore you kind of just are managing. So I would love for it to be our SROs, but I want to make sure that we go to bat for our city to see if we can get the best return on investment. So,
Thank you. Does that, I think Councilman Langevin wants to weigh in.
Yeah, so on the matter of, you know, for example, if our police officers were pulled, I was under the impression that a deputy would have to fill in, not just anyone from the county, not just a security specialist. It could just be a security specialist.
it could be either one. And it most likely would be a security specialist.
Because they're cheaper and easier to find than getting more deputies. Same problem as us. Every police department, including the sheriff's department, feels like they don't have enough people. They probably don't have enough people. Okay, thank
Yeah, Councilman Hammond?
Yes, I had a conversation about this as well, and I was told that the sheriff does not have the people for the schools. I also know that a lot of the cities, other than us in Melbourne, are supplying officers in every single school. What I do want to discuss is a couple things. The first one is any incident they have at a high school or any school, Palm Bay PD is going to it. So we're going to go to that for zero. So anything that happens, we're losing the intel. We're going to the school for nothing from the school board. And the other thing is, what we need to understand is if we go to bat and we say, hey, we want 75%, they have to give that 75% to every other municipality. Because they can't say, oh, we're making a special deal for Palm Bay. You're talking millions. Or they can put a guard in there. I think we're putting a lot into this, and I understand we do need to discuss it. But we're losing intel. We're going to have officers at the school anyways. Anytime anything happens, and I think we really need to look into this before we make any decisions, because that's big for me. Having that officer in the school for the intel is huge. And I do want to say this. Say something does happen in a school, and it's just an armed guard. I would love to have an officer in there knowing he wakes up every morning to save people. I would feel so much better having an officer in there. That's just me, though.
No, it's not you, and it's just not the intel. It's the relationship building and crime solving potential in the future. But we're now on Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Yeah. So again, this goes back to the state of Florida.
Yeah.
It's an unfunded mandate by the state of Florida, and the school board naturally, first line of defense is let's go talk to the local police department or the sheriff to fill our schools. And I think when the agreement was first struck, it was probably relatively fair. But due to the limitations of onboarding new police officers, the cost of inflation, training, certifications, it's gotten a lot more expensive to provide that service to the school. And I agree, Councilman Hammer, that there's a huge benefit, and Mayor, that safety, exposure, intel, relationship building. But at the end of the day, the state is requiring the school board to fill these positions. And I know, as somebody that needs services for a living, I pay the price for those services. I don't expect to hire somebody and say, well, my budget's only $10, I'm going to give you $5. So it's the school board has a budget and they need to correct the budget. We're giving them ample time to make an adjustment for this next fiscal year, and I think they have the responsibility to meet the ask that we have. So with that, I'll close.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hammer or Councilman Johnson?
Yes, just the last thing, because I'm glad you said that, Deputy Mayor Jaffe, because that was actually where we concluded the conversation when he shared that it's a partially funded mandate. They gave them X amount of dollars, but that's something where I was talking to him. I was like, well, this is something that we should be able to join side by side on and going up to Tallahassee with our lobbyists. Sorry. I couldn't help myself, Mayor, I'm sorry. But going up to Tallahassee and saying, hey, like, we're going back and forth with, how we're going to fund this when y'all are the ones who put this on us, rightfully so, because we want to protect all of our children. But y'all should be able to, instead of worrying about Medicare or all these other nuances, let's focus on protecting our children and properly funding school boards and cities so that they can do so they're not going back and forth trying to, take at each other's budget. Another point, I hear the concern in regards to all the other cities, they have to give it to all the other cities. No, I'm concerned about City of Palm Bay. I'm not concerned about any other city right now. No offense to them, but we're the ones taking the initiative to try to go out and advocate for our city, advocate for our officers. So all that, the rest of that doesn't matter. But I will probably be there in person, but I'm definitely going to respond to let them know 75% is what we're looking for, and we'll see where it goes from there.
There still are kids. Deputy Mayor Jaffe, your reports.
Thank you, Mayor. First item on my report I'd like to talk about is Space Coast Marina and Mike Timmons. He recently received some additional permits that were some major milestones, Army Corps permits that's actually going to allow him to build the docks, dredge the portion of the Turkey Canal Creek, and build a seawall. And last year he received FDEP and FWC permits. So I'd like to get consensus from council for the city manager to start elevating some conversations with Space Coast Marina to get this project
Going.
realized. One of the major challenges is there's a city-owned property that's down there that has what they call a reverter clause on it. So if the city puts it up for sale, technically the city's not allowed to do that. It reverts back to the previous owner, which is the county. So like to get the city attorney involved and Mr. Morton. They have been over the years on a higher level, but I think now it's really time to get serious. And then also, it's two-sided. Space Coast Marina really needs to show, some potential proof of funds and start getting together some concept drawings of what the vision looks like down there. So he needs to supply that for Mr. Morton to have some successful conversations. Does that make sense, Mr. Morton? Or
Yes.
okay.
I'm thumbs up.
Yeah, man, all day long.
Excellent.
I don't need to have conversations. He's just looking for consensus. All right? I don't need to converse on every topic from every report. So are we good with a thumbs up? Yeah. Okay, awesome. We got a thumbs up. Carry on.
Moving on, Mr. Morton and staff had a meeting with the CFX Authority, the Tollway Authority. High-level conversation about potentially looking at a toll road
Yeah.
from St. John's, Heritage, Malabar, connecting to the interchange, southeast.
Okay.
And their support from CFX to actually just go ahead and pay for the feasibility study. It's $1 million for them just to see if the project's feasible. And so I was looking for consensus tonight to bring forward the resolution that the city manager can, that we could vote on, and the city manager can actually begin solidifying that agreement. Does that sound, did I explain that correct, Mr. Morton?
I think he needs a letter of support of some sort, no?
Yes, essentially, that is correct.
Just a letter?
We need a letter, we need to start with a letter of support and potentially then go find some additional letters of support, but that's the start.
Yeah, and if you guys are okay with that, also, Councilman Hammer, would I bring this up at TPO? You'll be there, TPO for just their support. Doesn't cost anybody else in the county any money, doesn't cost the city any money. The Tollway Authority is willing to pay for this feasibility study.
Yeah, I think part of that, I'm all in. I'm all in. Councilman Langevin, I know you buzzed in, I'll get to you. I'm all in, but not only a TPO letter of support, the city of Palm Bay, right? That means council is good with this, right, for this feasibility study. And I also would like to get emergency management. Because if this is something that they're gonna study, it is an evacuation route. And we heard earlier today how that could really enhance. There was a gentleman that sat on this dais by the name of Hank Simon that had a vision of having Malabar Road or that road corridor going out westward, maybe linking up with I-4 or 192 out there. And that was back in the early 90s that he said that, if you remember Hank Simon. But anyway, I digress. But yes, double letters of support.
Yeah, and I'll see the benefit is
Yeah.
they'll build the road.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
It's at minimal cost to, or no
Yes.
cost to the city, so. Moving on, I don't know if we could pull this up or put it on the next agenda, but city property, receipt of
I
phone.
need a motion. I
For
need a
what?
motion to go past 11.
No, I'll make a motion to extend my council reports so we can go past 11 o'clock.
I second it.
Okay, well, I got a motion to extend the meeting past
did Chandler
11
buzz in, or
by
Councilman-
Councilman Jaffe, or Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, you got time.
Thank you, sir. So there's a piece of property that was given to the city back in 1987. It's tax ID number 2831789. It's deed restricted for park or drainage. And there is, the owner that had given the property to the city is asking if he could take it back and donate it to another group for group housing for Sally's house. Again, it's deed restricted for park or drainage. Speaking with the city management, doesn't look like we'll ever have a need or use for it. Property actually has some wetlands on it as well, so it would be costly for the city to do anything with it. So I don't know if there's enough information for you guys to make a decision on that tonight, or if we can put this on the next agenda for a deeper dive.
Yeah, I like this, I like this idea. For Sally's house in particular, you said?
It's for Sally's house. It's the group's
501c3?
the group's well funded. They're real. Zero cost to the city.
Yeah, I'm a thumbs up on that. Yep, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
What else?
City attorney's been working hard. I really appreciate the help with the ordinance that we passed earlier. I was looking to see if we can get an update on Rolling Meadows and the resolution of necessity, if anything's moving there.
I've had no communication with our attorney, so I can't provide you any details.
Okay, I'll follow up with you personally tomorrow. Mr. Morton and I and Gabriel Bowden had a meeting with an organization called Onsite last week, and this group actually makes on-site sewer, compacted sewer systems. They're installed individually on properties. They would replace septic systems. The permitting is done through the municipality, not through the health department. They have a higher nitrogen reducing than the ATUs. Similar cost, and they're operated through a SCADA system that is monitored by the municipality. And I was looking for direction tonight just to give staff, 6 months or so to explore this system to see if it's even feasible. In Palm Bay, there's a Popco and Lake County are currently using this technology. And, it could benefit duplexes in the future because it would eliminate the, septic systems. But, knowing the bandwidth of the staff currently and how much it takes time to do homework, is that fair, Mr. Morton? 6 months to kind of explore this and come back to see if maybe there's a trial area we could try it in the city?
I think so, yeah, we'll report back. If we're struggling, we're heading into budget, which is gonna be very, very time consuming, but I think, utility staff, Gabriel, probably have someone who's very interested in this, alternative knowledge project. Yes, we do, so we'll be able to bring something back.
Awesome. And two things. One, just piggyback off what was said tonight, Mr. Morton, happy anniversary. You've made this council's job a lot easier, and I'm incredibly grateful. I remember my first, few months in office when we terminated the first city manager and had an interim, how challenging it was to get anything done. And since you've been on board, it's been a dream. So just really, really grateful for the sacrifices you make in your time and hours, and the empowerment of your team. You can see the difference and what's happening in the city, and I know the taxpayers will benefit from it, and I know our council is extremely appreciative. And I just want to close, my son had a baseball game tonight, county tournament, and he pitched the entire game. My wife had texted me that, he had several strikeouts, and they lost in the last inning, 2-1.
Oh,
So
how many strikeouts?
he had half a dozen strikeouts,
Oh.
pitched 85 pitches, and it got down to a sacrifice fly, and the slide at home. Blew the called him safe, but game over, 2-1. But I coach his team, and I struggle, serving the city and serving my family, and my kids and my wife ultimately, make the bigger sacrifice for me not being present. But, I love serving the city of Palm Bay, and I just want to recognize my family for that sacrifice.
Hurrah.
So thank you.
Outstanding. That's outstanding, huh? They just lost, though, 2-1.
But
They're eliminated. So
no, they got one more game.
Oh,
So.
do they?
Yeah.
All right, so it's pool play. They could, yeah, they still got a shot. They still got a shot. So I'm going to start off with, I'll be attending the IMO conference in Boca on June 5th and 6th. And then I want to take advantage, as most of you know, I've requested, I don't know if this council knew, but as you would know, Councilman Johnson, I've sent letters to Elon Musk, invest in my city, Jeff Bezos, invest in my city. So I think there's a really good new opportunity. I like the same type of letter. I like to get consensus to send the same type of letter to Ken Griffin, the CEO of Citadel. It appears that the mayor of New York City and him have beef, and I want to see if he wants to come invest in our city. So I want to let him know that his investment in the city of Palm Bay would be sowing a seed that would reap a huge harvest. So, but I would need consensus to recruit him and his financial dollars. So I got consensus if that could be drafted and sent out. The next thing I want to end with is, as you are aware, we've had these compound fires, right, in the compound. And I just got to give a shout out to Palm Bay PD and Fire Rescue. But even moreover, man, their teamwork approach, working with Division of Forestry and BCSO was impeccable. You want to talk about a joint task force or a joint force to fight these fires. I got to give it up to each and every one of you. I truly, yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Public Works has been an amazing integral part of this. If we can recognize them, separately, I apologize.
Yeah, that was going to be separate. But thank you for that reminder, Mr. Morton. But as it was a teamwork approach when fighting these fires, Public Works came out and now made it even more difficult for those fires to come out. And they swept up and created a larger barrier. So, but that's what my point was going to be, actually, is the teamwork, our city staff, and it's right for us to commend our city manager. But something that wasn't said is that he has elevated each and every employee of our staff. He's elevated their dedication, he's elevated their worth, he's elevated their service. And so for that, sir, I commend you, but even moreover, for staff that has taken that charge and it has improved their quality of service. By asking you to do more, you've actually fulfilled that. And I love the guys working together, guys and girls, all right? But men and women working together. So I'm really proud of each and every one of you. But again, I'm really excited about reaching out to Ken Griffin. Hopefully, I could say our entire council is really welcoming you to the city of Palm Bay. Come and invest. I got large tracts of land that you could build any type of corporation you want. Anyway, and that concludes my my reports. Mr. Morton.
Staff putting bags away, not yet. We actually have a long way to go. I know I joked, but I'm not joking tonight, and I apologize. We may be here a little while. I'm gonna try to keep it quick. Really cool thing as we talk about success, as we talk about where we're moving is so important. I know it's coming at the end, but finance too has really taken a huge step this last year with me, a leap of faith, and really Shane Bird, Sean Spillers, Larry, Angelica, Jessica Hitchman, Ruth, the whole team, right? It's just been incredible. And for the first time, Larry tells me since he's been here, how long have you been here, sir? 10? 5 years. 5 years. I was going to lowered my batting average. In 5 years, we have not gone into or asked to go into undesignated fund balances. We have not budgeted month to month. We have operated on the budget you gave us. We've met the challenges, the needs, and the unexpected through the current budgets. That's a huge win for finance and a huge win for staff for responding to that challenge of staying within our operating budget. So we're going to continue that trend moving into this next year with a really great budget, which I'm really excited about. We have two very important items really to address real quickly, but first, Public Works Open House, May 18th, begins at 5:30. Public Works pivoted, answered council's direction. There will be a table and presentation and opportunity to start surveying the public on their feeling about roundabouts in the city. So we're going to start that process of getting transparency and feedback. The whole idea of the open house is this big push we keep making to continually be transparent in new ways to the community and show them where their dollars are going and what we're doing and invite them into our operations. So it's going to be an awesome event. Thank you, Public Works, for putting that on. And I'm going to pivot to two great things. I'm going to ask Jason DiLorenzo to come up and present to you something that you guys all collectively have been asking for, I believe, waiting for, and here it is.
Waiting here for you.
Mayor, City Council, good evening again. Thanks to your efforts, we got an exciting proposal here from the FDOT. So as you see, the construction is going on right now on the southbound ramp improvements at the Malabar intersection to add that second off-ramp lane. We also have some improvements to show you that the FDOT is proposing in this corridor of San Filippo and the interchange itself. So in November 2022, Mayor Medina signed a letter urging DOT to closely examine this area. And that action, combined with relentless advocacy of Deputy Mayor Jaffe and Councilman Hammer at the TPO and the vocal concerns raised by Councilman Langevin and Johnson, collectively played a significant role in bringing us to where we are today. So on Wednesday, a couple days ago Wednesday, city staff were briefed by an FDOT representative and SCTPO staff on several potential concepts to improve safety and traffic operations in this corridor. 3 projects were discussed to improve capacity and operations of the interchange and surrounding intersections, and these include additional lanes on northbound on and off ramps and reconfiguration of the Malabar and San Filippo intersections. Apologize for the small slides. That's the best that DOT could give me in a day. The potential interchange improvements include widening the northbound on-ramp and adding a third left turn lane from Malabar onto I-95 North. Also adding a fourth lane westbound through the interchange. We also discussed with them adding an additional left turn lane from the northbound off-ramp to Malabar while keeping the existing right turn movement. So that would add an additional lane to westbound Malabar from the northbound exit. And finally, they proposed adding a third left turn lane from Malabar to San Felipe Drive and adding a third southbound lane on San Felipe to all the way to Community College Parkway with some new cut-throughs there into the Lowe's and the public shopping center, or maintaining them, but in a slightly different place. So the construction costs, not including design, are estimated at $2 to $2.5 million. Additional engineering design work needs to still be completed, and the changes are expected to commence in January. And at this point, DOT are just asking for a letter of support from City Council. And the Space Coast TPO believes that they'll be able to handle the funding gap that may exist, and are excited to move this project off of the priority list. I can answer any questions about it, but
Two things really quick.
yes.
And I don't know if it was clearly stated, but as it stands, there's likely no cost to the city of Palm Bay.
Correct.
And you guys all took a risk on that temporary chicane movement, and it was very difficult, the yellow closures of the berries you see. And apparently that data already in such a short time has also motivated them. So thank you for that action. They learned something very quickly. We don't always get those kinds of results that quickly, but just wanted to add those two important points.
So, City Council, we saw some of the proposed actual movements, but they're not ready to go public with that because it's just still in the design phase, and at a future time, we'll be able to show you the movements themselves. So we just need a letter of support, sir.
Copy, I'm good. That's all, sir? Yeah. Okay, carry on. No, carry on, sir.
Both these letters came very last minute with tight deadlines.
Speak.
Both these letters came very last minute requests with very tight deadlines, and we wouldn't have met them with the next council meeting. That's why they're coming in tonight as reports. It's just we had to respond. So we have another one. Although you guys have already approved the grant, we have to write a letter. I need consensus, even though council has unanimously approved this grant for the Safe Streets and Roads for All SS4A Implementation Grant Program, with the goal of achieving zero roadway fatalities and serious injuries through proactive, data-driven, safe system approaches. We're submitting this grant, I've submitted it, on requesting funding for DeGroot Road Sidewalk School Safety Project, which will enhance safety along DeGroot Road from Gamewell Road to Jupiter Boulevard. This corridor is a critical connection for the community, including children walking, biking, etc. So again, while you've approved this project, I do need consensus to authorize the mayor to sign a letter of support to Secretary Sean Duffy of the United States Department of Transportation.
Yeah, we're good. We got thumbs up.
And lastly, it may be a little premature, just to sum up on the compound, you did mention work. There is ongoing work. I won't go into a lot of detail, but ongoing security work, ongoing, fire work, investigatory work. And I don't think I'm too premature. Chief has filed the paperwork and is looking to come back to you with a proposal to do controlled burns at the appropriate season this year and start to get ahead of some of this moving forward. Thank you to Public Works again. They mobilized early. They were there after hours that weekend loading up equipment, being prepared to deploy. They've been working for several days in that compound doing amazing work. You may not know, but Public Works routinely doesn't just respond to our citizens. They respond to police department requests, quite a few, and assist all the time and assist with fire. So we're very grateful for the proactive work that's going and ongoing, and we have a little more data to release. We will release it, and everything else can wait to another day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On the reports for Madam Smith.
Yes, sir. The City Attorney's Office seeks your advice in an attorney-client session pursuant to Section 286.011, subsection 8, Florida statutes. The subject matter of the attorney-client session shall be confined to settlement negotiations or strategy sessions related to the litigation on May 12, 2026 at 5 p.m. in the following litigation matters. Nyram Dugan versus City of Palm Bay, case number 05-2023 CA 022825. Chad Vaughn versus City of Palm Bay, case number 05-2023 CA 026999. Alexis Ray Tillman versus City of Palm Bay, case number 05-2024 CA 052118. And Anthony Casales versus City of Palm Bay, case number 05-2024 CA 045449. Attendees will be Mayor and City Council, City Attorney Patricia Smith, Chief Deputy City Attorney Tanya Early, Deputy City Attorney Eric Messenger, and a certified court reporter. The attorney-client session is expected to last no more than an hour.
What day did you say, ma'am? I can't make the 12th.
Didn't we agree on the Tuesday?
No, I can make the 12th during the day, not even during the day. I can't make May 12th. That's a Tuesday.
Oh, I don't have you on there. I knew that. I think there were at least 3 that were available. Do I still have 3 that are available May?
Is it possible to do it before the budget meeting on the 13th, or is that too early?
Yeah, I could do the
I can do the
13th.
12th, but I'm just asking if.
We could we could do the 13th.
I'm going to need more than half an hour. I've got 4 cases.
So I could do.
Does kind of push it because I do have one case that is actually number 2 on the trial list for next week that Chief Deputy City Attorney Early is covering, but I'm going to need about an hour.
Can you do 4 o'clock then? I could do 4.
I'm here all
could
day.
do
It's
3.
about you.
3. We could do 4 o'clock then on the 13th. On the 13th, we're good?
Do I have 3? Wait a minute.
I can do it.
Yes? We got 4
Okay.
on the 13th.
So May 13th,
Is Wednesday,
and we're saying at what time again?
4 o'clock.
May 13th, 2026 at 4 p.m.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, Wednesday, May 13th. Wednesday, May 13th. That's it, ma'am?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, this meeting's adjourned.